What the hell is going on?
Oh, nothing much, Donny. Anything happening at your end? Blimey, it's like blooming winter outside. Heavy snowfall was causing chaos on the roads today, and I think you will find that that is the correct pronunciation. C-H-A-O-S. Why would they stick an H in there if you're not intending to use it? That is obtuse. I'll use the word that I just heard on the news. That is to discombobulate... It's to what now? It's to discombobulate the uninitiated.
Affirmative.
Yeah, I've almost screwed up uninitiated as well. Did you hear that it is... never mind. I've barely spoken a word in a week. I must do, like, warm-up exercises. Is this on yet? Heavy snowfall was causing chaos on the roads today as cars overturned, emergency service vehicles skidded off the road, motorway traffic ground to a halt, and by heavy snow we are talking about a centimetre. You know, not quite enough to cover your shoes. Canadians will find this amusing as they dig their way out of their front doors and try to find their cars in a snowdrift that is so high it poses a danger to commercial air traffic. The iceberg that sunk the Titanic was smaller. The Met Office has issued yellow weather warnings.
Warning, warning.
2 of them, apparently. Warnings for ice for most of the UK, here, there and everywhere, baby, and this isn't even the worst of it yet. The worst is yet to come. Apparently. Forecasters have warned that this weather could be followed by a dump of snow.
Dumps. They call them dumps. Big, massive dumps all over.
Plus strong winds from Siberia. Oh, wait a minute. There's another one, isn't there? There's just so much. I forget where they all are. You know, a strong wind from Siberia.
I know a lot about wind. I know a lot about wind.
I mean, the weather that we got right now is like a warm summer's day to people in Siberia. Is there anybody actually in Siberia? Nobody knows. So the Siberians are sending us this weather, the same weather, by the way, that gave us the Beast from the East in 2018. Remember that? 3 cheers for Siberia. Hip hip.
Boo!
Icy surfaces are wreaking havoc on the roads, and police in Derbyshire used an image of a flipped-over car to warn other drivers to be careful behind the wheel. They don't know us very well, do they?
No.
It's going to take a lot more than a flipped-over car to put us off driving how we normally do. I think I speak for all British drivers when I say, it's our right, we can do what we want.
Correct.
Temperatures are going to struggle to climb beyond 5C. How high is that? 5C. I mean, what does that even mean? Nobody knows what that means. It's like,
Whatever they want to call it. You can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus. You know, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
yeah, and he's a smart person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
So 5C, you double it and add 32, so 5 times 2 is 15, 15 and 32 is 15. 56? Well, that doesn't sound so bad. It's going to be 56 degrees tonight, can you believe that?
No.
Water's going to plunge as low as -6. Blimey. Forecasters have urged us to wrap up warm if you step outside. Oh, don't forget your wee coat, your scarf and your gloves. Your weather on. Mind your own business, dear. I'll go out in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt if I want. If I was in Newcastle, I'd do that. Bet your life I would. People in Newcastle have to put on a thick t-shirt. This kind of weather. Posties will be wearing their longest shorts. After another freezing night with temperatures going as low as -6 in some places, Saturday will have sunny spells. You remember sunny spells, don't you?
No.
But don't relax, because the same conditions that brought the Beast from the East, snowstorms, a couple of years ago, are forming again high up in the atmosphere. I was talking about this last week, whenever last week was. It's that sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming. Events What? It happens when the temperature in the stratosphere, wherever that is, soars by 50 degrees centigrade. How's that even possible? 50 degrees centigrade? How can it go up by 50 degrees centigrade in the stratosphere, wherever that is? 50 degrees centigrade is 122 Fahrenheit. How does it go up by that? Hello? How it does it is anyone's guess. It's probably got something to do with science. And when it happens, a sudden catastrophic stratospheric warming reverses Britain's wind pattern from the warmer west and the Atlantic to the east and Siberia. And it can take 2 weeks for the effects to be felt. So cancel everything in your diary for January and February. Oh, you already have? Well, that's good. When it happened in February 2018, you remember 2018? The beast from the east? I thought it was last year. But I guess everything that happened last year was virus-tinged, apart from Brexit. I'm just... God, isn't it just so marvellous to be out of the European Union? Can you tell the difference? Yes? I'm feeling the benefit. Every day I wake up and it's just happiness. It can take 2 weeks for the effects to be felt, so cancel everything. When it happened in February 2018, there was travel chaos and school closure. Why do we spell everything so weird? I mean, what is that about? School, S-C-H. Why not S-K-O-O-L or S-K-U-L-E? I don't know about you, but I went to S-K-U-L-E. But it will not close the schools at this time. It did last time, February 2018. Travel chaos and school closures, but it will not close the schools this time. I can guarantee it, as they have already been pre-closed for your convenience. I want to know what the long-range weather forecast for the next 4 weeks is.
No.
Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Remaining mostly dry in the south, gradually becoming less cold. Well, that's not much of a stretch, is it? Unsettled in the north with rain and hill snow at times, heaviest in the west. In the north and the west. Well, I think we know where that is. Checking the weather for Glasgow while you wait. This stupid smartphone doesn't recognise my fingerprint anymore. It's an idiot. I think they deliberately make them just fall apart after a year or so. It's inbuilt obsolescence. They do it deliberately. So you have to go out and buy a new... Can you believe that something that costs well, this one didn't. Because I got it, it's probably some hooky thing from China. I bought it on the internet. And it came with somebody else's phone number in it. And their password to some gaming site. It was supposed to be a new phone, but it obviously wasn't. But it was half the price of an ordinary version of this model, which was stupidly expensive at full price. But... you pay for a phone that's £1,000, and apparently it's a disposable item these days. The whole world's gone insane. Anyway, the weather for Glasgow, raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday and raining on Monday and... What? Not raining on Tuesday? Pfft, rubbish. Raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and every day for the rest of your lives. Oh, well, never mind. You have all that excellent architecture to take in. So where was I? Oh, yeah. So here's the forecast until Friday the 22nd of January. Blimey, it's almost the end of January already. And February's a very short month. It's practically spring. The flora and the fauna will be emerging, particularly the fauna. Until the 22nd of January, unsettled with rain at first, drier conditions following, mild in the south and the west, colder in the north and the east. Then spells of rain and stronger winds, colder in the north and east and milder conditions in the south and the west. Well, I just said that. I'm repeating myself now. And then until the 6th of February, 22nd of January to the 6th of February. This is informative, isn't it?
No.
For the north, drier than normal, temperatures around average. Further south, rain with temperatures slightly above average. Temperatures slightly above average? We'll take it!
Oh, hello.
I think I have mentioned this before, but that was I didn't take him at the time. I didn't take that clip at the time, but I was editing together the Nick Abbott Habit, which is one of the podcasts that I do. I think it'll come back on Monday. I've been very busy. I've been up to my eyeballs. I've been moving house. God, what a week to move house. I pulled back the curtains on the morning we were supposed to be doing it. On when was it? What am I asking you? You don't know. Wednesday? Tuesday? Anyway, whatever day it was. Days mean nothing to me anymore. I haven't got a grip of what day it is since before Christmas. But yeah, so I pulled up. They came around to pack on the Tuesday. That was it, on the Tuesday, and everything was fine. It was clear. It was cold, all right, but it was clear and crisp, and it seemed like a perfect day to be moving. So they packed everything, and God, it's an absolute nightmare moving a house. I tried to remain calm at all times. And did I manage it?
No.
Not really, no. You think that you've put aside everything that you're going to need for the day and the evening after they pack, because you move the next day, and you think, I've got all over this, I've thought it through, I've got every single little thing that I will be requiring in the meantime. No, you don't. Not even remotely. So they come in, and it's like it's like an army of people with tape and cardboard, and they put absolutely everything in a box within about an hour. It's a whirlwind of packing, and all of the things that you thought that you had got that you wouldn't need are things that you actually didn't get and do need, but now they're in an unmarked box, and you'll never find them again. It's just so much. So I was running around unpacking the things that they had already packed, just to find the thing that I should have put aside that I didn't know that I was going to need, but then I realised I did. You know, like the keys to the house, for instance. Just my glasses, stuff like that. Credit cards, you know, everything pretty much. And so they did a sterling job, packed the entire house into various anonymous boxes, and then left to return the following day. Crushingly early, by the way. Why do these people, and by these people I mean everybody that, like builders and people who come over the house and do stuff, movers, why do they all start at 8 in the morning? 8 o'clock in the morning? Why? What is the point of starting at 8 o'clock in the morning? I mean, why can't you start at 10? To start at 8, that means that you have to greet them at 8. You have to get up at 7 or 6:30 because, I want to have my breakfast, have a bit of a relax, greet the day and have my happy morning sit down before some stranger starts marching through the place. Because otherwise, disaster will happen. I'll be all bunged up. So you have to get up, even if you're not going anywhere, you have to get up crushingly early if somebody's coming over to the house to, do work. 8 o'clock. And there's no negotiation about that. They start at 8. Even if they're going to finish at 11, they start at 8. Why? Why do you do that? Anyway, so I get up on Wednesday morning at 6:30 and think, and I'm absolutely wiped out because I had a beverage the previous night.
Booze. And
stayed up too late, like an idiot. And so through a fog the next morning, I yank open the curtains and absolutely everything is covered in snow. And where I'm going is down a very, very steep... I mean, the driveway that I left is pretty steep, but where I'm going is vertiginous. You practically need crampons to get down the driveway where I ended up. And I thought, oh my God, everything is not only covered in snow, but the snow is frozen underneath. It's like an ice rink outside, and they're going to be hoiking around my most valuable stuff. This is probably the worst thing that has ever happened to a human being.
Affirmative.
I thought. Every single thing I've got is going to get broken. They're going to drop everything. They're going to be slipping, and nothing that I own will arrive in one piece. I was amazed. I mean, I was genuinely amazed. As far as I can tell, one wine glass got broken, and that's it. They did a fantastic job. And I didn't think that they would, because when they arrived, it was in an anonymous van. No writing on the side. It had been beaten up a bit, looked quite old. I thought, oh my God, not only are they going to break everything, but they're going to nick everything as well. They're going to just put it in a van and drive away, and that's the last I'll ever see of them. All my precious stuff. But no, much to my surprise, they really did a fantastic job. It really couldn't have gone better in the worst possible circumstances. So that's the reason why I'm not really up to date this week. It's because my entire life is in a box, and I'm getting used to there's like a circuitous route I have to go through the living room. You can't go in a straight line because there's just stuff everywhere, so you have to sort of wheedle around. It's like a maze. Will I ever make it to the other side of this room? And of course I've got no broadband, I've got no my computer wasn't set up, nothing like that. And so this a week of momentous events, I was sort of tuned out. Did anything happen? By the way, I'm going to talk to Simon Marks. He's our Washington correspondent at 11 o'clock, and he's going to fill us in. Assuming that America is still there in 35 minutes. So we'll do that. So if I seem if I seem even more ill-informed than normal, that's the reason why. I've been cut off from the world, freaking out about every little thing in the house, making it to the new place in one piece. God, it's not cheap though, is it? Moving, blimey, the money you spend. Anyway, that has nothing to do with anything at all. Here's a call in Bloomsbury. Sophia.
Bonsoir, comment allez-vous?
What?
Not so happy, I gather.
Happy, that's me.
Guten Abend, guten Nacht.
Huh?
Well, you do like speaking French under normal circumstances.
I don't.
heard you speaking it really well the other day.
I don't.
Oh, you did it really well anyway, like it or not. I just want to say that now our Donald has got his punishment for all these little foibles that we have dissected so long. But I just wouldn't like to see Joe Biden with his finger on the nuclear trigger for any reason. I know I've got one novel on the topic. That's not the point. It's just that what's been swept under the carpet is that Joe Biden was a great ally of Barack Obama, and there was a controversy which we ignored, whether actually been born in Hawaii or not. Well, my goddaughter's been born in Hawaii, and she made a lot of films and married a very famous American actor.
Well, you're making a lot of sense, Sophia.
I am. So all I'm saying is it's brought to the surface for discussion again.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. Whether Obama was really a resident in the United States.
Really a human being, yeah. Or he could be a shape-shifting alien from space.
Oh, well, they're very popular at the moment. There's a very good film called E.T., all about those.
Is that a new one? I must catch up with that when the cinemas reopen. E.T., you say? I'll write that down. How do you spell E.T.?
Extraterrestrial. EXTRATERRESTIAL. It has an alien riding up to the top of these.
Well, don't tell us.
Oh, all right. In a bicycle going home.
Right. In a bicycle made for two. Yeah.
Yeah, well...
Okay, so have we finished, Sophia?
I just want to say, because he's so vicious about it, I wouldn't like to see him run the country.
Who, E.T.?
Joe Biden.
Oh.
And was Obama really resident or not, or was his grandmother born in Hawaii,
right.
And he was born in Mud Hut in Kenya.
Yeah.
I've got some very good friends.
I doubt that.
Well, so do I, but I do have these good friends.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Called Krishna Jaipash and Jace Patel.
Yeah, without mentioning any names.
Yeah, not Ugly Patel,
Oh,
anyway.
No, right.
And they're pretty jammed up about it.
Yeah, of course.
So I think
that's
there
where you
could
get
be
all of
some
your
truth.
information. Yeah.
Yes.
Some truth in it, yeah, no doubt.
Some truth in it.
Yeah, okay. Sophia, turn the internet off because it seems to be scrambling your brain. Even more so than it already was. I preferred it when I wasn't taking any calls and I was just talking about my move. How about you? Jeez. Kath in North Wales, Feth. Hey, Nick. I read on the Daily Mail website yesterday that some pensioners in Stockton-on-Tees refused to have the Pfizer vaccine. They said they wanted to wait for the British one. Anyone we know? Says Kath. Oh, God. Well, we'll probably find out later. If we're very unlucky. If he calls in now, it could be 2 in a row on the Nicky Abbott show. What the hell was that last one about? Anne in Islington says, Nick Abbott, isn't Sir Keir Starmer just a Poundland version of Tony Blair? I think he's probably a bit more expensive than £1. Is he worth more than £1? Is another question entirely. He just seems a bit wet, doesn't he? It's just... I mean, I know he hasn't had much to do, because to disagree with the government is to be charged with insurrection. You are a traitor if you disagree with the government's position on, well, mostly the virus, of course, but Brexit or anything, really. When you think that the stuff that's happening in America can't happen here, wake up, sheeple. It is happening here. We're just as divided as they are. Everybody's yelling at each other all the time. And to be counted as disagreeing with the government on their approach to the virus or Brexit or anything is to be tantamount to a traitor. Same there as it is here. I mean, the leader of this country is actually called Mini Trump. But, you know, at this most perilous time, the leader of the opposition, it just seems a bit, you know... Plus...
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
It's a fact.
I feel lightheaded. That's what I feel.
It's probably the last call. Helen tweets, as the death toll has reached 1,300 a day, isn't it about time we have a proper lockdown? Proper lockdown? What's this? The entire country's at a standstill. What are you talking about? She says, building sites, private nurseries and shops that are not needed should shut. Ugh. I hesitate to get into this now because, as I said before, if you disagree with the government in any way, shape or form, you are a murderer and a traitor. You're an enemy of the people. But look at what's happened so far. Everything that they've done so far has led us to this point. I mean, how can you keep trusting people that lead us to this point? And we're expecting. Oh, thank goodness, the vaccine is on the way! Hooray! We're free. I'll say it again. If they vaccinate 1 million people a week, every week for 2 years, only by then will they have vaccinated 80% of us. I'll say it again. If they vaccinate 1 million a week, every week for 2 years, only by then will they have vaccinated 80% of them. Now, 1 million a week seems like a bit of a stretch for the current administration. So let's say 2 million a week. Let's go into the realms of fantasy. If they vaccinated 2 million people a week, every week, then it would be a year before they vaccinated 80% of us. This isn't going to be over anytime soon. So choose carefully the condition in which you would like to ride this out. I have coming here, by the way, the lockdown? What lockdown? The roads were busy. coming into the centre of London. I mean, just as busy as I would expect an ordinary Friday night to be. I don't know where everybody's going. Chris in Norbury says, South London snow report. A snow report?
Oh, no.
Gently snowing across Streatham, Clapham Common and Battersea. And those areas will momentarily look nice before it melts, and then they look like Streatham, Clapham Common and Battersea again. Ashford, Milan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So, bit of an interesting few days. It was weird turning on the TV on Wednesday evening because I thought I was watching an episode of 24 or Homeland.
Yes.
And I sat down, I thought, fantastic, it's back on TV.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, it's actually real life.
Yeah, real life, yeah.
It's weird how, like, before, 10 years ago, everyone was like saying, yeah, 24's fiction and Homeland and Designated Survivor, like, it's pure fiction. Yeah. And then slowly, it's now creeping into real life.
I don't think it's slowly. I think it's all of a sudden. It's just like it's like a smash fade, like we say in the DJ business.
Yeah, it's weird because I was watching it, I was thinking, do you know what? If the United States saw what the United States did on Wednesday evening, like the United States would probably invade the United States to liberate the United States,
right?
From the tyranny of the United States.
Yes, exactly. To restore order. Yeah.
Yeah, and now it's because of impeachment, which is, I mean, time's ticking. It's interesting the next 12 to 13 days where they're now actually worried that he's got control of the nuclear code.
It's interesting. Do you mean interesting as in... Yeah, a little bit.
It's just freaky. I mean, how mentally unstable can one be where they're worried that you can't trust the commander-in-chief with the nuclear code? That surely is a massive warning sign to think, well, hold on a minute.
I think that what's more prescient is... Because he can't just push the button himself. It's not just a button next to the one that he orders a Diet Coke with. And he can just smash his weirdly small hand down on that button and immediately the rockets launch. I think he's got to go through a couple of people before that happens, each of whom could say, well, maybe not. Maybe it's not a good time to nuke Canada, for instance.
No, exactly. No, I think it's right. There's all checks and balances, and then he'll probably tweet about it if he's not banned already. Yeah. And you know what's interesting? Everyone's like saying, "Oh, isn't it a great start that Facebook and like Mark Zuckerberg and Twitter are having?" I was like, "Well, hold on a minute. It's a big deal because they're actually sucking up to Joe Biden because they're frightened about what Joe Biden's going to do in the next year about big tech." So, I mean, if they really want to take a stance against Trump, they would have done it years ago.
Yeah, it's like the Republicans that are now saying, oh, well, he's gone too far now, and I'm going to resign, or I'm going to stick a finger of complaint up and say that, well, he's not, he doesn't do any of these things with my support. Yeah, well, what happened over the last 4 years? All of these Republicans haven't said a word to Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, exactly. And then I was thinking, part of me is thinking a slow clap was going, well, fantastic. You've now made a stance with 12 days to go.
Exactly.
Until a big deal. I was going to say, I've got some homework that I'm going to be doing tomorrow on your recommendation. I'm going to be watching Blade Runner for the first time ever. Because remember, the last time we spoke, you were amazed that I hadn't actually seen it, and apparently you said it was a good film. So
it's a superb film. It's one of the best films ever made.
But I've got the 1980s version, because I think you said the remake was Ryan Gosling just staring out the window for about an hour.
Oh God, yeah, don't watch that. No, watch the original one. Yeah, there's... Don't even talk to me about the remake. No, it has to be the original, or nothing.
Yeah, the original Harrison. Yeah. So right. So I'm going to watch that tomorrow on the Nick Abbott recommendation.
All right. Well, then you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers, Milan. 0345 6060 973. Stuart says, I hope this isn't too serious a note for your very funny show, but I saw something that just incensed me tonight. Oh, it wasn't fireworks, was it? People complaining about the fireworks. I mean, I know I should have mentioned it at the time. I was doing all those shows over Christmas and the New Year period, and the fireworks at New Year's, but I didn't see it. I've only seen it this week. Had it on tape, saw it this week. And the report came out today about people whinging, whining and moaning.
Stop whining.
At the BBC about the fireworks display. And Sadiq Khan and, anybody else that was lighting the blue touch paper and retiring. God, some people have got too much. It's hard to believe, but some people really do have too much time on their hands. Fury at fireworks. I'll get to that later. Anyway, Stuart says, I hope this isn't too serious a note, but I saw something that just incensed me tonight. I was in Asda on Purley Way and saw some employees not wearing masks. Walking around the store just laughing and chatting, he said. I saw furniture stores open too. Lockdown is not happening on Purley Way. Well, having said that, none of the people that moved my stuff were wearing masks. None of them. Not one single one. Nor the old geezer who came to fix the smoke alarm in the new place that I had. He wasn't wearing one either. It's kind of surprising, really, because I would have thought that they were all in a major risk category. Having said that, though, I wasn't wearing one either, but I thought in my own house, a virus won't infect me in my own house, will it?
No.
No, that's a medical fact. They're very respectful viruses. William texts, I see the rats are jumping from the good ship Trump-a-lot. Even his British fans, i.e. the government and the Tory press, have followed. Good time to get amnesia after supporting the orange supremacists for over 4 years. Well, yeah, exactly. It's worse than that. They're all pretending, who, me? No, I never said that I liked him at all. And then all these unfortunate images of them grinning from ear to ear and doing the thumbs up next to him before a golden lift.
I'm a nutcase.
For instance. And there's Michael Gove doing the thumbs up. and there's Trump doing his... I tell you what, he does have a good... He does great business smile, does Donald Trump. I mean, you've got to give him that. When he flashes the pearly whites, that is a great grin, isn't it? And he just throws it on. He gives good picture. I mean, he looks dreadful ordinarily, but when he throws that smile on, he gives good picture. And he always looks... He makes the people standing with him pale into insignificance. You know, particularly if they are pale people anyway. But other than that, I can't really think of anything positive to say about him. Of course, his teeth glow more brightly because of the orange background that they're set on. You remember... a couple of weeks ago, he came out of Walter Reed Medical Facility, and he'd been ill. And he obviously didn't know his makeup technicians and his hair people come in and paint him yellow and orange. And because he was ill, I guess, he just didn't feel like it that day. And he appeared on camera, and you thought, wow, that actually looks like a real human being. Instead of a robot made out of plastic waste.
Affirmative.
Which he normally looks like. I have no idea where that was going, but it just, I'm just rambling. It's been that kind of week. But as I mentioned before, in about 15 minutes' time, we're going to go to our Washington correspondent and we'll hear more about all of that, the latest development.
Who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to Ranjit in Oldbury. Ranjit.
Hiya, mate. You all right?
Yes, thanks.
Good. Yeah, just before I get onto the subjects I want to talk about, your house removal.
This is a pre-subject subject.
I used to be a truck driver, and one time I went took a container for someone to do a house move to Cyprus. And what we're supposed to do is just open the container and they're loaded. And I'm being a bit inquisitive, and I'm trying to tell this gentleman, I said, look, mate, you're packing it all wrong because it's going to be lifted up by crane. to go on a train and go on a ship and back. He wouldn't listen to me, and he had that Harley Davidson as well. He put it in the middle, right, with wardrobes everywhere.
Right.
Yeah. And, you know, about 3 months later, my gaffer asked me, he says, Ranji, you know, you done a house move, didn't you, back with this? I said, look, I told him, I said, look, we're only supposed to pick up the container, and that's got nothing to do with it. He says, well, he wants to sue you because his Harley Davidson was into about 100 pieces, all the wardrobes fell on him. And I said to him, look, we're not supposed to advise them on how to load a container because we don't do house removals. You can have anything you want. And his whole house, and it was all a wreck. So you're very lucky you've only had one wine glass.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely amazed because it was icy. I mean, it was slippery underfoot like an ice rink where I went because there's like a leak from a downpipe outside which was spreading water over the entrance to the building, which was then freezing solid. And so that was what these guys were walking all my stuff over. I definitely didn't think that anything would arrive intact. But it did. I'm glad to hear about that Harley Davidson breaking up into 100 pieces, by the way, because in 100 pieces, it won't make that earth-shattering racket that those people inflict on their neighbours every time they start those things up.
Yeah, you know, your guys that were doing your removal, do you remember the Dick Emery show where the guy with the dungarees and the denim jacket, the father and son?
Yes.
And he used to wipe his nose above. He says, his dad, I think I've done it wrong again. I can just imagine you chasing. Anyway, regarding the Donald...
Is this the subject? This is not the pre-subject anymore. This is the actual subject of this phone call.
Can I have just one little one before I get to the main subject?
Oh, my God, another pre-subject.
That woman that found up about Obama, right?
Yeah.
The guy, what's the matter with these dinosaurs? Why do they have to always point the finger at other people? You know?
It's the whataboutism, you know. It's Trump has tried to instigate a fascist coup, but what about Hillary and the emails? Jesus.
And that woman's wrote books.
Writing books is neither here nor there. That ain't nothing. Anybody can write a book. It's like, do you write a book? Can you write a book that somebody want to read? Is the question.
Yeah, right. The main article now. I think Trump's going to go and speak to that Julian Assange, whatever his name is, and try and, get political asylum.
Whatever his name is, the guy's been in the news for years. You don't know what his name is?
I can't ever pronounce his name. Assange, is he?
Assange. Assad was somebody else.
he could. I think he's going to go running into some little embassy, right, and try and claim political asylum. Probably the Russian.
Well, he's not been given bail, so he can't, unless he plans on escaping jail.
Yeah, but the thing is, on a serious note, how bad is that? Whether you're a fan of Trump or not, you can't. He's indispensable now, right?
I doubt that. I bet people are itching to call me to express the same sentiment that they have over the last 4 years. Oh, why are you picking on him? He hasn't done anything. He's the best president that there's ever been. Look at all his record. He's done, like the economy, and he's kind to black people, and just on and on and on. Deluded. Well, I hesitate to say morons, but as I've said many times, we're surrounded by morons. Dingalings.
Okay, yesterday, the day before, was the worst part of his presidency, I think. And to me, the other one was when he called all those soldiers losers. Yeah. And he said to them, listen, if you got shot, it was him a bad soldier.
Well, I don't think he said it to them. There was an aside that was reported later, yeah.
And then...
that was when he went to France, wasn't it? That he said, I'm not going to the... Arlington.
National Service?
It's not Arlington, that's in America. Whatever the thing is in France, where the American service people are. Want to go there because it was raining, and he didn't want to muss his hair up. And he said, I'm not going to go there to see those losers. Something like that. He was just an absolutely repellent person who is magnetic. there's no doubt about it. He is a magnetic personality. You cannot take your eyes off him. If he's standing next to anybody, you don't see the person next to him. You just see him and his huge smile or his furious face and his pointing fingers, and he just comes over on TV fantastically well. I mean, as a human being, he's absolutely abysmal. But as an act, great. One of the great con artists in history.
I mean, he makes Arthur Daly look like the Pope, doesn't he? To be honest with you, right? And the thing was, he avoided national service, because he used his father's wealth, right, to get out of it.
Yeah.
And when you call people who have lost their limbs, right, or whatever, fighting for their own country, and you call them losers, to me, that's the line he shouldn't have been able to cross.
Well, maybe. I mean, America's all about, service and fealty to the flag and all of that. But on that issue, it's a bit more subtle an issue than that, I think. I mean, Vietnam. Was it really the kind of war that any sane person would want to get involved in? First of all, it was a war for the wrong reasons in the first place. Second, it didn't look like they were going to win at any time. Third, it looked like an absolute nightmare. I mean, as close as I've got is watching Apocalypse Now 10 times, and it didn't look like much fun to me. I mean, the soundtrack was great, but apart from that, not that much fun. So if you could actually get out of it, I would have probably tried to get out of it myself. And I bet you would too.
I would, yes, I agree with that point, yeah. But if you're sending out your soldiers, yeah, or your predecessors that sent them out, you've got no right to call them losers after they've lost their arms.
But that's a separate issue entirely. Yeah, but as for the trying to get out of going and being rich, and if you are rich, then it's much easier to to fashion an excuse to somehow. Then when people concentrate on that, they're sort of missing the big picture. That's not really something you should concentrate on, because I think if you could have got out of going to Vietnam, then you probably would have got out of going to Vietnam, unless you were completely deluded about what it was like over there when you got there. And it was on TV in America particularly so much that there could have been no misunderstanding about what it was like over there. So, yeah, I think people are concentrating on the wrong thing when they criticise him for skipping Vietnam. So what? There's other stuff to talk about beyond that. Yeah, I'm going to have to go, unless there was other subject.
What's your lowest point that you think he's done then?
I think locking children away and taking them from their parents, not writing down who their parents were, just separating the children, deporting the parents, leaving the children in cages, and having no way of getting the children back to their parents. I mean, at that point, if you are still on his side, then I think there's something wrong with you. But there's so many people over the last 4 years who've just continually called me up to defend him. I mean, I sort of get the Americans who do it. I really don't get the British people who do it. And there's so many of his fans. And I wonder if they're all pretending that wasn't them now. Saying, oh, no, I didn't. I never thought that at all. I bet not. I bet they're still fully in support of him and wish that him and his deranged troop of gun-toting morons had actually managed to stage the coup. I think there's a lot of people in this country who would like to be living under a fascist dictator.
There's something wrong with this guy.
So Senator Lindsey Graham was at an airport near Washington, D.C., had a run-in with some maggots, some Trump supporters. One of them said, Lindsey Graham just made a mistake by walking by me and a mass of angry patriots at the airport in D.C. All America wants for you is to audit our vote. Purge this election of this massive corruption, or words to that effect. Joe Biden said he was glad that Donald Trump wasn't coming to his inauguration. He said it was one of the few things that he and I have ever agreed on. Joe Biden actually being forceful there, saying some good things. Trump, meanwhile, over the past couple of days, has been busy awarding the Presidential Medal of Freedom to some golfers, you know, concentrating on the important stuff. One of the maggots who put his feet up on Nancy Pelosi's desk has been arrested alongside another guy who brought 11 Molotov cocktails, 2 handguns and an assault rifle to the Capitol on Wednesday. Just a small collection of his weaponry, I bet. God, the dingalings were out in force. On the line now, Simon Marks from Washington. He's our LBC correspondent. So, apart from that, Simon, has anything been going on your way?
Can I just tell you, I could not believe, even I, after everything we've witnessed over the last 4 years, I could not believe the press release on Thursday. The only thing we heard from the White House throughout Thursday until the late afternoon was the press release announcing that the president had given the Medal of Freedom to Gary Player and Annika Sonnestrom, I think her name is. I'm not a golfer. I mean, just jaw-dropping. I mean, even if he'd done it, why announce it, you know? Look, we're at the end of a monumental week in America, a week that has shaken the country to its democratic foundations and raised questions about just where all this is heading. If you look at what's occurred today alone, Nancy Pelosi has been in touch with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, and says that she has received assurances basically that President Trump won't be allowed to use the nuclear codes. She has told General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that she believes Donald Trump is unhinged, and he appears to have given her some kind of assurances that if he gets a phone call from the White House and gets told to destroy Tehran, or perhaps Atlanta,
or Canada maybe,
it looks like he won't agree to do it. And I think there are real questions here about to what extent the American government is functioning. I mean, we saw yesterday Lindsey Graham, who, as you say, was hounded through the airport today. More of that in a second. We saw him yesterday pleading with National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, issuing a televised plea to the National Security Advisor not to quit, arguing that it was absolutely vital that the national security infrastructure of the country remained in place. We've seen Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, today take a brief pause from the relentless tweeting of his life story that is underway in a bid to gird himself for what he thinks is going to be a presidential run in 2024. He took a brief pause from that to meet finally with his successor, Tony Blinken, who is President-elect Joe Biden's nominee for Secretary of State. We have seen Vice President Mike Pence showing up at the White House for an unexpected meeting, we presume, with President Trump. There are rumors that the White House Chief of Staff here, Mark Meadows, is apparently in a state of shock still following the events of Wednesday on Capitol Hill. Mike Pence does not appear to have the appetite to pursue the 25th Amendment to the American Constitution that would theoretically allow him, if he could secure enough cabinet support, to oust President Trump from power, even if he was minded to do it. And, you know, we should recognise that this week we saw the ultimate rupture between Donald Trump and Mike Pence. We learnt that Donald Trump was even willing to throw Mike Pence under the bus, a man who was, I mean, a man who was soaked up everything like a Lego figure, never showing any emotion whatsoever as he stood by Donald Trump through excess and abuse after, you know, piled on excess and abuse over the last 4 years. Even if he was minded to go for the 25th Amendment, people have been resigning from the government at such a pace, you'd be hard pushed to find enough cabinet members to do it. And so, as Zora was saying in the news there, Nancy Pelosi now says that on Monday they're going to push for impeachment using articles of impeachment that accuse the president of insurrection, in which clearly the president engaged on Wednesday. I think we're in for just a very, very unpredictable several days ahead.
Yeah, the 25th Amendment, though, that means that the president has lost his marbles, basically, doesn't it? It means he's actually mentally unfit. But that's not what Donald Trump's about. He's not mentally unfit. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's a an incredibly talented con man. This is not a guy who doesn't know what he's doing. He knows precisely what he's doing, and it all seems to be working very well. His fans have sent him over $200 million to supposedly fight the fraud, and little do they know that $200 million just basically goes straight in his pocket. If you read the small print, unless they give something like, is it $7,000? Only above that amount does it actually go to what they think they're sending it to. The rest just goes straight to him.
Yes. I mean, first of all, on the issue of Donald Trump's mental health, we are now hearing his mental health being raised as an issue, even over the last 36 hours by some Republicans up on Capitol Hill, who openly are publishing videos for their constituents saying that they think the president has lost his marbles and that the ship of state needs to be sailed by, as Adam Kinzinger, a congressman from Illinois, put it, by a sane captain, which is why he was backing the 25th Amendment and wanted Vice President Mike Pence to invoke it and take over.
But it's also late. I mean, crying out loud, does it actually take somebody with a gun to shoot up the office you work in for you to realise what's happening in front of your face?
Yeah, no, well, of course, but apparently so. I mean, we've even seen last night Ted Cruz, the lead seditionist in the United States Senate, go on local television in Texas trying to argue that he's always been a critic of President Trump. I mean, just so. I mean, the absurdity here that is on display is constant. That having been said, when you see what happened to Lindsey Graham today at National Airport, where he was absolutely hounded through the airport by these protesters, telling him that they will dog his footsteps for the rest of his life wherever he goes.
I'm happy to hear it.
And you realise that this is a man who, until basically Wednesday night, had steadfastly stood by Donald Trump, his golfing buddy. Even he is now on the receiving end of this kind of treatment from Donald Trump's supporters. But
how they don't see this coming is extraordinary. It's just amazing. I guess they thought they're too powerful and too superior to be affected like every other person who's walked into Donald Trump's orbit. They all end up as roadkill.
Every single one of them. Even the protesters, the rioters, ended up as roadkill last night when Donald Trump finally put that video out saying, when I said on Wednesday, I love you and you are all wonderful people, what I actually meant is that you're dreadful criminals and we must immediately round you up, which led on the right-wing social media platform Parler, now that they're all being kicked off Twitter. I see tonight that General Michael Flynn and the insane lawyer Sidney Powell have all been banned from Twitter. So they're all going over to Parler, this right-wing social media platform, where they're now telling one another that that video in which Donald Trump finally conceded the election and said they all needed to be rounded up and face justice, that was a deep fake. He didn't really make that. God. It's a fake piece of video. But the danger here, Nick, is that this stuff is not going to go away when Donald Trump disappears. There's a poll out today, taken on Wednesday night by Ipsos, that shows that 19% of the American public, a fifth, are telling pollsters that they believe the rioters were justified in breaking in to the Capitol building and engaging in that deadly rampage.
And you know who's at fault? The press. The press are at fault for pointing a camera at Donald Trump and just allowing him unlimited airtime over the last 4 years, and particularly organisations like Fox News, who have now spun on a tight circle to say that the reason that all of this is happening is the fault of the left for not listening to the justified complaints of people who said that the election was being stolen. And the reason that they're doing it, of course, is to keep it's the same reason that Facebook and Twitter and all of those places have also given him unlimited space to spread all this stuff, is to keep eyes on the adverts. It's all about the money, honey. They don't care about content at all. As long as they keep their fans, Donald Trump's fans, staring at the screen, whichever it might be, TV or computer, then they don't care what goes out. And there's no doubt about it, Donald Trump is great ratings.
Oh, without question, which is, of course, why he found himself in the position that he found himself in late 2015, when from nowhere, suddenly he's capturing the Republican Party's nomination. This is a man who, back in 2015, he literally had the phone numbers of the control rooms for the Sunday television talk shows here, Meet the Press, Face the Nation, all the big ones. Those Sunday television talk shows have traditionally been the crown jewels of public service broadcasting in the United States. They are carefully crafted, planned, scripted events. To get an invitation to appear on Meet the Press was the Willy Wonka golden ticket in Washington, D.C. Every senator, every congressman, every presidential candidate desperately wanted to receive one. Donald Trump threw all that on its head. He literally had the phone numbers of these Sunday shows, and throughout the 2015 campaign, he'd watch them, didn't fancy what he was seeing, and he'd call in and he'd say to the producers, put me on the air. And they'd put him on the air on the telephone. Unheard of. And that, of course, they did it for ratings, and that catapulted him to prominence. I mean, I do think that all of these platforms, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Fox News, and the broadcast networks here, there's a moment of reckoning coming. I was talking tonight to one former senior official within Donald Trump's administration, someone who got out of the administration a couple of years ago, and who was arguing that what we are witnessing today, now, is the soft beginning of what ultimately could become a hard civil war in this country. When you see these polls that suggest 20% of the American public back the rioters, when you look at that, the 74 million votes Donald Trump received in the election, even if only 30 or 40% of them were true believers, you have got real chaos and disruption with these rioters insisting they're going to come back with weapons for the inauguration. We learnt today that the Army Secretary says the National Guard, who are now patrolling the streets of this city, will all be carrying firearms for at least the next 30 days. There's a real fear here of ongoing violence. And if you are Joe Biden, the president-elect, think of what you are inheriting here. You're going to take over a country with a massive COVID-19 crisis. Nobody in America even noticed that yesterday alone, for the first time, more than 4,000 people died in a single day of COVID-19. The vaccine rollout has been the predictable catastrophe orchestrated by President Trump's Operation Warp Speed. We haven't seen hide nor hair of the general that was insisting just a few days before Christmas that we were all going to get vaccinated in short order. That's all disappeared. You're going to be inheriting an economic crisis, the likes of which the country hasn't seen since the Great Depression. And on top of that, these crazy people, all of whom have access to weaponry, all of whom believe that you, Joe Biden, were illegitimate. You're an illegitimate president.
Yeah, also,
Donald Trump told them that you were.
Also, that Joe Biden is actually responsible for everything that you've just said. That's the way the Republicans will go, because they always do this. They smash the country up, and then when a Democrat is elected, they refuse to work with him on anything at all and blame all of the things that he has inherited on him or her. In the future, it may be a her. Just as they will now, having just splurged more money than you could possibly have previously imagined, they will now become fiscally conservative again. Oh, we can't give money out to this, that, and the other, because we must balance the books now. That's the most important thing. And when they're actually in power, they do the opposite of that.
But they are going to have to engage in a focused attempt at self-preservation, because the Republican Party this week shredded itself, tore itself to ribbons. The breach between Donald Trump and Mike Pence, the breach between Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell up on Capitol Hill, the breach between Mitch McConnell and Senator Ted Cruz of Texas and the other Republican seditionists sets the stage potentially for Donald Trump to go third party. There's still rumors here that Ivanka Trump, his daughter, we've heard nothing from her since Wednesday, she's thinking of challenging Senator Marco Rubio down in Florida for the Senate seat there and putting him through a primary contest. Wasn't widely noted today, but Donald Trump's ally, Ronna McDaniel, who's been the chairperson of of the Republican National Committee was returned to that position for another, I think it's a 2-year term in office, unopposed. So you've got a Trump loyalist running the Republican National Committee, at least for the next 2 years when we head into the next election cycle here.
What happens if Nancy Pelosi is talking about impeachment again? Yeah. I mean, she probably won't, because one of the things that dogs the Democrats is that they're too blooming nice. The Republicans, if the position was switched, the Republicans would never let this go. They would prosecute each and every person who is responsible for where we are from now until the end of time. I fully expect Joe Biden and the Democrats to say on the first day is, well, we're not going to put Donald Trump through court. We're not going to go after any of his enablers. You know, for the good of the country, we'll just let that go. And like watching a horror film with 15 minutes to go before the end of the film, and you think that the monster is dead. The monster is not dead because you've got 15 minutes of the film left. You think it's dead, it's going to come alive again and bite your face off. And that's exactly what he's going to do, unless the Democrats actually bury him up to his eyeballs in lawsuits. But I bet they won't do it. They'll go weak again.
Well, that's why I think we're in for a very interesting few days here. I mean, we've got, 11 days to go before the inauguration. And we have a situation where I think it's highly likely that Donald Trump will be impeached next week in the House of Representatives.
Really?
But yeah, I think they will move it, and I don't think it's going to take very long for a start. It's not a difficult case to make.
If they do, does that mean he can't pardon himself?
Because remember that you get impeached in the House of Representatives. We went through all this a year ago. You get impeached in the House of Representatives, but then you have to go on trial in the Senate.
Right, but once the process has started, can he still just pardon himself?
I think he can pardon himself after impeachment in the House, unless and until he is convicted in the Senate, at which point, were he to be convicted in the Senate, he would never be allowed to seek public office in this country again. He couldn't run for dog catcher in Florida.
Right. But Junior could.
Of course. But where we are is that I think the timetable is not going to lead to that trial in the Senate. No. Remember, Donald Trump is facing the possibility of serious legal difficulty when he gets out of power. He's looking for a pardon. Let's see what happens in the next next few days.
All right, good to talk to you. Thanks a lot. Deciding which grades to give him. If that was the point you were making, Michael, I agree entirely. Teacher assessments are going to replace GCSE and A-level exams in England this summer, the Education Secretary has announced. The Education Secretary is Gavin Williamson. Can you believe that?
No.
This year we're going to put our trust in teachers rather than algorithms, he said to MPs in the Commons. He said, it's the right thing to do, and it's the correct thing to do, and it's the robust thing to do, and the point to make here, it's the right and correct and robust. Setting out his plans for students as MPs prepared to vote on England's latest national lockdown, Gavin Williamson said that a form of teacher-assessed grades is going to be used with training to ensure that grades are awarded fairly and consistently. Training? What training? Training to forget everything they know about the kids in their class. Teachers' pets will get the grades, the annoying ones at the back will get payback. And I'm sure that many teachers will disregard whether they actually like the pupils or whether they have made the teacher's life a misery and mark without bias. But it seems unlikely that all of them will do that. Like I said, they're people, not robots.
Correct.
But there's not much else they can do, is there? After governments shut schools and colleges across the country until mid-February or mid-March or April or June or, who knows? Announcing that GCSEs and A-levels and AS-level exams will not go ahead, Gavin Williamson said, I can confirm that all of that lot will not go ahead. He said, GCSEs, A-levels and AS-level exams can shut up and go away. He also said that SATs will not be going ahead. No one will sit their SATs. Education Select Committee Chairman Robert Halfon said the situation regarding schools was a big mess. Yes. We can add it to the big messes that are all about. Downing Street later... Oh, this is priceless. You'll like this. Downing Street said later that Boris Johnson continues to have confidence in Mr. Williamson and believes he is the best person for the job. Wow, that must be from a very small selection. Is Sooty or Sweep not available?
No.
The Prime Minister's press secretary... It gets better. The Prime Minister's press secretary, Allegra Stratton, told reporters that Gavin Williamson had produced a full and comprehensive package of measures for children who will be educated at home. It's a huge brief, she said, and the Prime Minister believes the Education Secretary is doing it to the utmost of his ability. That's priceless. He's doing the best he can. I mean, you can't tell from the tone of a written report, but that sounds pretty sarcastic to me. Excellent work there, Allegra Stratton. Very, very funny. So, Adolf Twitler is not on Twitter anymore. God, it took him a while, didn't it? Really? I mean, good grief. All of these people that are coming out now saying, oh, well, now he's gone too far. You've disregarded everything he's done up to this point, but now he's really stepped over the line. So here's the message. Donald Trump has been banned from Twitter for good, as in forever. No more will he tweet at all, not even a small amount. It says, after a close review of recent tweets from the @RealDonaldTrump account and the context around them, specifically how they are being received and interpreted on and off Twitter, we have permanently suspended the account due to the risk of further incitement of violence. Incitement of violence? Well, that doesn't sound like our Donny.
I'll bring us into war.
Trump made more than 88 million followers on Twitter. He was deplatformed after years of critics calling for the social network to crack down on what they pointed out was behaviour by the president that regularly violated Twitter's rules. Yeah, but you know what? He got a lot of people staring at that site. A lot of people looking at the ads. And that's the most important part. Just like the TV news stations, Fox in particular, that enabled him all this time. They're not going to pivot. They're not going to go against him. They're just going to keep the conspiracy nuts happy and staring at the screen. They're doing it already. The reason that this happened, that people stormed the Capitol building in America, according to that dopey bloke off Fox News, what's his name? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, they're all the bloomin' same. Is the fault of the left. Apparently. Tucker bloomin' Carlson. Tucker Carlson. Yeah, that's it. It's the left's fault for being intransigent, for not taking them seriously about the big steal. They're just going to keep pumping it out, because if they don't, then their viewers will go somewhere else. So they're stuck with it. Even if they wanted to change their programming to reflect the truth, they couldn't do it because their fans would leave and go to... If you think that Fox News is right-wing, try One America Network. OAN, as in onanism, Trump's new favourite channel, because they slather him with the praise like putting icing on a cake. They cover him in it. And all of the people that followed Donald Trump on Twitter are now going to go to Parler, because that's where he'll go, which is the even more right-wing Twitter. And when they're there, they will be in an even tighter bubble. And so their radicalism will be magnified, because they, at least on Twitter, they might every now and again be in danger of hearing a contrary opinion or seeing somebody that says, no, I don't think so. But not on Parler, where everybody thinks the same. I mean, if you lived in a basement with no windows your entire life, and people who also lived in there, or anybody that you came into contact with, told you that it's always dark, then you would believe that it's always dark. And if somebody said, no, you know, upstairs there's a light, you couldn't, A, you couldn't imagine it, and B, you wouldn't believe them because you'd been told your whole life that it's dark. And that's all your experience is. And it's going to be the same now. I mean, these people are going to get even angrier and even more radicalized, and this is just the beginning. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. This is the amuse-bouche of nightmare fascism that is coming our way. All because of a clown off the telly.
Oh, shut up!
An ineffectual failure as a businessman whose great success is to pretend to be a successful businessman on TV and to have a magnetic personality. The magnetic personality of a really great, let's give him credit, a really great con man. I mean, he's a doughy orange joke. And he took over the world's richest and most powerful political party in about 10 seconds flat. And then the country itself. The world's richest country. He just took over. I mean, he was the judge on a beauty contest. It would be like Tony Blackburn taking over this country. No offence to Tony Blackburn. I'm not saying that he's like Donald Trump in any way. I wanted to say, who's that guy that used to do Supermarket Sweep?
Sorry.
Who's the guy who did Supermarket Sweep? Dale Winton, that's right. That's who I was going for, but I couldn't remember his name. It would be like Dale Winton taking over this country. He died, though, didn't he? He's not with us anymore. Right. But I maintain my point. Donald Trump taking over America is like Dale Winton taking over this country. It just is. Same colour, by the way.
Wait a minute. I don't like that kind of talk. Now, just stop it. It upsets me.
This says, why aren't the police being vaccinated? Are 103-year-olds with Alzheimer's more important than law and order? The amount of officers self-isolating is frightening, says this anonymous texter. Yeah, the amount of medical professionals that are self-isolating is frightening as well. Apparently there's a shortage of nurses because a lot of them are at home self-isolating because the test, well, it could be one or two things. I was talking to a doctor, and he is a bit suspicious that there seems to be a large number of nurses, particularly, that aren't coming into work because they said they took a test at home, and guess what? It's positive. There is also the undisputed truth, of course, that the tests that people do take at home aren't accurate, not sufficiently, particularly if you take it yourself, because you have to jam that thing up your nose until your eyes water, and then jam it in the back of your throat until you gag. And people aren't really going to do that, really, are they? So they're unreliable. Anne in Dollis Hill says, watching the news throughout the day, I couldn't wait to hear the reactions on your show. I'm beaming with pride. We Brits did not welcome that orange nightmare. Well, a considerable number of us did, as I've heard over and over and over again. Hang on, I'm all tied up with my headphone wire. Yeah, for the last 4 years, I would say, whenever I start talking about Donny and Take the Mick, the amount of calls that are coming in his defence, I really do get the feeling that a lot of people in this country would love to live under a dictatorship as long as it smashes the libs. As long as whoever it is really gets tough with the liberals, the lefty snowflakes who are, and the people who are coming over here, all of that. I think that people are actually itching for a dictatorship, as long as it's he or she, is on their side and against the elite, the smart people. Because we wouldn't want the elite running things, would we? Anyway, it says, I'm beaming with pride. We Brits didn't welcome that orange nightmare, especially loved the baby Trump balloon. The Republican candidates deserve the shame they are feeling today. They're not feeling shame. They don't do shame. That's one of their great strengths, the Republicans. The right wing in general. They have no shame, which is a great benefit in politics. There is zero shame. They have none. And so they can just brush all this off, which they will. Donald Trump? No, nothing to do with me. I never heard of the guy. Support him during the course of his presidency? I don't think so. No, I was against him all along. They will. They'll pivot on a sixpence and all be anti-Trumpers now. But they probably won't mention it too loudly because they'll continue to be frightened of Donald Trump's fans, of whom there is a weirdly large number. I mean, I guess cults and religions in general are kind of the same. It's like they come out with all this fantastical stuff. Utter nonsense, and it's amazing how many people will follow along going, oh yeah, that's right. It's a certain demographic, isn't it, Donny?
I love the poorly educated.
Yes, he does. He loves the poorly educated, and he speaks directly to them, and they hang on his every word and believe it. That's the nature of the excellent con man that he is. He is really talented as a con man. I mean, you know those sort of off-the-cuff speeches that he gave? He would go on for an hour, and he would be genuinely funny in places. I mean, I didn't actually sit and watch an entire hour, but that's a heck of a talent that he's got there. Very difficult to entertain a big crowd for 10 minutes, let alone 60, particularly off the top of your head. I mean, he is really good at what he does. It's just that what he does is really, really bad. You know, for humankind. He's a con man. In the Wild West, he'd go round from town to town selling snake oil cures. That's the kind of person that he is. It's just that he's he's ramped it up a bit with and the media are his enablers. All of the media are his enablers. They just pointed a camera at him and let him go. And just watched the ratings tick up. But shame, no, they don't feel that. And they will immediately start blaming the Democrats for where we are today. If they haven't already done it, they will be doing it in a week or so. Once Joe Biden is sworn in, everything in America that is happening now will be his fault. 0345 6060 973. Peterborough, Maurice, or is it Morris?
It's Morris, Nick. Good
Morris.
Morning. Good evening, good morning, hello,
goodbye.
And welcome.
Yes.
No, please not goodbye now. All that you've just said, brilliant, and the media is responsible for so much. This is what I called in for. Because the media has actually created Donald Trump in the first instance, in the true sense. And
I don't think in the true sense. He created himself. It's just that they held a megaphone up to his mouth.
And they pushed him up all the way through. And they made him into something that he never should have been. And he never should have been in anybody's terms of reference. And now we're saddled with the legacy of Donald Trump, and the media should be the media is in purgatory now, because you guys have always exemplified the wrong bits of the wrong people, and you keep on doing it.
Well, it's not actually the media's fault. It's the people's fault for consuming it. People say, well, the newspapers, they always concentrate on bad news, and their titles have always got the word fury in them. Fury about fireworks, fury about puppy dogs looking cute. There's fury about dinner. And that's because people love that stuff. If it was a positive story on the front page of a newspaper, people wouldn't buy it. So the media is not necessarily at the epicenter of the fault. It's the people themselves who are being fed what they want by the media.
Wow, that is a miserable cop-out that doesn't work.
It does work
in any way, shape, or form.
That's incorrect.
And it isn't newspapers. It's television more. It's television more than radio, but it is also radio. And you guys you guys control the minds of us gullible people out here in the world.
Well, if LBC is guilty of that, then people will change People will change their minds every 3 hours, because every 3 hours there'll be somebody on who says the exact opposite to the guy before him or woman before him.
Actually, I'm not sure that is the truth. Because,
well, absolutely. You think that James O'Brien is of the same opinion on any subject as Nick Ferrari? Do you think that I am of the same opinion on any subject? The lawyer
anybody in the world.
The lawyer doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm sorry, Nick. I'm not sorry, really, because at least you've probably demonstrated where the conversation is, in a sense. And it should just be a sensible conversation rather than a diatribe against this or that or anything else.
This is a station that is mostly given over to people who call, who have every colour of opinion under the sun. So you can't point the finger at us, but you can point it at social media, who gave him an unlimited platform, and only very recently, very late in the day, started to edit him in any way. And now they're claiming the moral high ground. Bit too late for that, because it's social media that, but more than anything, propelled him to where he is today. And now you talk about, or I mentioned putting a megaphone up to his mouth. Social media, it absolutely did that more than any other media. TV would be next, I'd say, and in America you can spend your entire life hearing only one opinion if you get your news from Fox News. You will never a cross word is heard about Donald Trump on Fox News until very, very recently, when incredibly reluctantly some of the hosts who are doing news programs rather than comment programs started to tell the actual truth, to the fury of their fans, who decided, right, that's it, we're leaving. And then they all went to the even more right-wing news channel, which is OAN, One America Network, whatever the hell it's called. But yeah, I'd say social media was the worst. And the problem now is that, okay, Donald Trump failed to stage a coup because essentially he's a clown. The next person who comes along will be much more softly spoken, will seem much more reasonable, will cite God a lot more, and will be able to actually recite pages from the Bible. But they will have Donald Trump's thought processes, and they'll have his opinions and his policies, and they will be much more successful.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
Twitter said,
bye-bye.
Yeah, no more. So sad. He'll just go to Parler, and his 88 million followers will go with him, and they will become ever more deep in the cult. He's not going to go away. And like I was saying, the next person that comes along is going to be much more palatable to the right-wing family. They're going to be less grabby, a little less sexual offender. They're going to be more godlike. Like Mike Pence. Somebody like that. Going to be much more softly spoken, and they're going to be much less immediately divisive. And by moving quietly, they will do what Donald Trump failed to do. I don't think we've seen the end of this at all. Amazing, really. I mean, if you'd said 5-6 years ago that we would be here now, that America, the USA, was on the verge of being overtaken in a coup. God. But it hasn't stopped. It hasn't gone away. This is just chapter 1. Tony says, on a different subject, lockdown is a joke. Hundreds of thousands of building workers roaming around the country, no masks, no social distancing, garden centres and garages and factories all open, none essential. Is it any wonder we have a record number of deaths? Well, I'm not sure that any of those things are the cause of the deaths, I think that the situation that we're in now may have a different locus of cause.
Yeah. Wait.
I mean, garages are essential. You've got to have petrol. Factories are essential, depending on what they do. I mean, if they're making Beanie Babies, then maybe not so much. But, we've got to have stuff. Garden centres sell food. Not sure that peonies are necessarily essential, but they do stuff that is important. Building. You've got to do building. We can't all just go indoors for an infinite amount of time until the government manages to get its act together to inoculate 80% of us. That could be 2 years away. What's the end? What is the plan here, apart from crossing our fingers and hoping that they can actually mobilise to get us all jabbed? There doesn't seem to be a plan. There is no strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Also, now that their guiding light has exited stage left, the Conservative Party are without a headlight illuminating the way. Because it seems that every single thing they do is predicated on the question, what would Donald Trump do? Well, now he's gone. Now what are you going to do? You have to make it up as you go along now, Boris. Bromley. Hello, Luke.
Hi, Nick.
Luke.
Wow. Yeah, you just covered an interesting point. You know that the time of Trump has actually been the entire time that we waited for Brexit to happen. While everything happened in America, nothing happened over here, basically.
Yes.
It was totally consumed by trying to get Brexit through, and over there it was totally consumed with trying to keep
I don't know about
Trump.
you, but I'm so much feeling the benefit. Oh, it's just Brexit is it's the gift that keeps on giving.
It's going to be a boring 4 years now in America, I think. It's going to be a bit bland compared to what we've had. Right, Nick, at 29 minutes past the hour, that is 20 past 11, that is, you said something which you don't normally hear on the radio, which was roughly along the lines of how, the figures are not necessarily what they perhaps are, and hospitals perhaps aren't as, doing what they're reporting. And that was my reason for calling, actually, because I've just found that I've seen that the hospitals are megally busy, of course they are.
Yeah,
we're not seeing the same numbers.
They're all busy at this time of year. But this year
exactly.
is unusual for a couple of reasons. The first is that I've just lost my train of thought.
Well, I'll get it back. So you're saying that it's like this every year. Every year we get the same headlines. Oh, look,
yes, we do. The
NHS
is about to be overrun. We're running out of beds. They're queuing outside in ambulances. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
Every single year at this time of year, it's always the same. And the beds in hospitals are always full of the same kind of people. People who are very, very sick, very, very old, and have the flu or other things that come with it being, the middle of winter.
The challenge now is, because I know lots of nurses, and, look, I'm not a conspiracist type person. I just want the truth, basically, to understand, because I feel that because they're not getting it through those people standing there, 3 people, we don't get the true figures. They're not giving us what we need to hear.
Well, no, I don't dispute. I see. This is where we part company. I don't dispute their figures, but I just dispute the context in which they're giving them. Yes, it's alarming that the hospital beds are full of like 99% or something of that order, but it's always that way at this time of year.
I think it's a little bit more than average, but what's happening is these tests which they're having, sending nurses home. You send nurses home, you've got no one to look after them. Okay, I mean every nurse has 3 tests a week. You know that, every nurse. Okay.
Yes, and they're testing themselves, and the test that they're taking is famously inaccurate when you do it particularly when you do it yourself.
Well, it's not done in laboratory conditions. That's why. I mean, you're going to get all sorts of odd results.
The other reason that hospital beds are so full is because people can't be discharged back into care homes until they've had, I think it's 3 negative tests. So when this first peak came around, people were being discharged into care homes, and then, of course, they were taking it with them, and then it ran amok in care homes, which was pretty stupid when you think about it. But part of the reason that the beds are full now is they are essentially bed blockers. You've got people who are who are clear. They may have had it. They have recovered, and they need to get 3 negative tests. But the problem with that is that you can still get a positive test a month or so, or maybe more, after you have completely recovered, because it will pick up, the last vestiges of the virus in your body, and you're not, you don't actually have the disease anymore, and you can't pass the disease on, and you haven't been able to pass it on for weeks, but you're still sitting in a hospital bed because you haven't had 3 negative tests. So that's one of the reasons why the beds are so full, is because they can't be discharged yet.
The big point is, we get these big figures of how many positive tests we get in the results. Each person contributes 3 of those tests per person. You understand that? In the NHS. Because every nurse contributes 3 per week. I know they do. They aim for a minimum of 2, go for 3, and if they get a positive, they have to have a PCR test, which is 4. So you're potentially getting 4 times the figures from one person. And then you go, that can't possibly be how they're adding the figures up, because it's not. They don't give the numbers of people; they give the numbers of tests. How many positive tests they
get? They do, yeah. But what's also a weird figure that they give is people who die with COVID, not of COVID. They're people who die within a month of having a positive test.
That's what you've got to compare to last year. Compare this year to last year, same month to month, until we can get real figures of how we're doing. But the thing is, the positive tests, when they say 80,000 positive tests, that's actually divided by 2 or 3, really, because every patient has 2 tests per week. I know that. They get a positive test for PCR as well, because that's more accurate.
Right, well, okay. Well, I don't know whether that's actually true, but if it is true that one person who has 3 positive tests counts as 3 people, or 3 positive tests, then that seems willfully bizarre. But I don't know that that's true. But anyway, I got to go. Brighton. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Nick. I just would like to have a quick word with you about, you're talking about hospital figures in London, and yet we're hearing how in ICU beds the numbers are really escalating. They're short on staff because people are getting sick, people are getting traumatized, knackered, because of basically the amount of work they're having to do. And I think it's a bit irresponsible for you to be saying things like, oh, my mate, the doctor's saying it's not that busy, it's not this, it's not that. I think that we're going to go into a very serious kind of crisis, I mean, this is something.
The NHS is always in. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not disputing the seriousness of the situation. I'm merely saying that the NHS is not at a crisis point any more than it has. Look at the headlines at this time of year, every year in recent history. They're always the same. We're being overrun. They've got 99% occupancy. I mean, one of the reasons that we have 99% occupancy of our beds is because that's an efficient way of running a health service. I mean, I know that we have fewer beds than Germany or France or Spain or Italy or any other country in Europe, bar, I think, Sweden and Denmark, who must... and I don't know what their health system is. I think it's more efficient and better than ours, and I think they concentrate more on treating people outside of hospital than inside. But I think in the whole of Europe, only Denmark, Sweden, maybe there's another weird one in there, like Malta or somewhere like that, I can't remember. Every other country in Europe has more beds than we do. So that's a problem. And that's part of the problem. It must be. I mean, if we're running out of beds, that's part of the problem, right? The other issue is that it's an efficient way of running a hospital to have them all full. That's why they're usually full at this time of year, is because that's an efficient way of running a hospital. But one of the problems at the moment is, as I was saying, is that people who may have actually caught it in hospital, something like the order of 30% of the people in hospital with COVID caught it in hospital. And they are not being able to discharge them, because I think you have to have 3 negative tests. I'm just repeating myself now, but I'm sure that this is not commonly known. So they have to lie there in the bed in hospital, taking up a bed, because they have to get 3 negative tests, and they may have recovered a month previously, and they still record a positive test because the test is picking up some small vestige of the virus that still exists in them. So that's part of the problem as well. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm not one of those tinfoil hat nuts who says the virus doesn't exist and we're all being lied to all the time. I'm just saying that going the opposite way, this sort of shrieking, oh my God, we're all going to die, is not true. I mean, look at the graph of the statistics of the deaths by age. Under 60, it barely goes off the bottom of the graph. Above 60, it starts to go up significantly, and above 80, it's virtually vertical. But it's just so shrill every day. We're screaming about, oh my God, we're all going to die, and it's making it impossible to have a conversation about it. Even though it's indisputable that the government has misstepped on virtually every single thing that they've done so far, it is now, kind of like it is in America, where you're either with the government or you're a traitor. There's nothing in the middle. You either believe every single thing and every scenario that has been painted about the present and the future by the government authorities, or you're a traitor to the people. And there are no other options, which is nonsense. And anybody that says, well, maybe it's not quite as bad as the doomsayers are suggesting, politicians. I'm not talking about medical experts. They will have their own opinions. But politicians they'll just make it more flowery and more gripping. It's not necessarily true, 100% of what they say. But to disagree with them, you are painted as, it's like you should be shot for treason. We seem to have lost our minds about something that has a death rate of something, it's less than 1%. And almost all of the people who are significantly affected by it are in bad health anyway, or very, very old, which is not to diminish the importance of their lives. It's just to say, let's get some perspective. Because the next thing that's going to come along could well be much worse than this. I mean, think about it. We're getting off quite lightly here. If it had been MERS or SARS, and I can't remember which way around it is, but one of them was about 15% death rate of those that caught it, and one of them was about 30. Can you imagine what life would be like if one of those two things was running amok? And there's absolutely nothing to suggest that the thing that we've got now won't mutate to something like that, or there'll be a brand new one coming around the corner. Anthony Fauci, out of the US, the guy that face-palms, or used to face-palm behind Donald Trump as he was whittering on about injecting disinfectant and light into the body. He said we are now in the age of the pandemic. So if we expel all of our panic and all of the ammunition at our disposal on this one, what's it going to be like when the next one comes around? I mean, just because we're in a new year doesn't mean to say that we can shake 2020 offers and everything's going to be great from now on. It could be worse. So let's just... people need to calm down just a bit. You're not either with us or against us. There's shade. Tina in South Wales texts, Trump lately has reminded me of the evil charismatic con man, the Reverend Jim Jones, the Kool-Aid guy, whose followers went to the ends of the earth for him. Yeah, and beyond. Way beyond. She says Trump's fans would do anything for him, it seems. Terrifying. It is. It's amazing that people can be so hypnotized so easily. This says, Trump's Twitter has just been taken offline. The lefty media are at it again. They must be stopped. They'll happily ban Trump, but won't ban Chinese state accounts. Big agenda going on. See what I mean? They're everywhere. Big agenda. What does that mean? I have no idea, and I don't think you do either. Just other than this sort of vague sense that there are people who are controlling things, and that's the reason why your life isn't going the way you wanted it to. And there's somebody else who does that too.
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah, quite successfully. Very, very successfully. If you just give people the idea that it's somebody else's fault that your life isn't going very well, then they will happily follow right along. They really will. People are itching to be told that it's somebody else's fault, rather than just, luck. Redbridge, Hayden.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
But I just want to say, I've just obviously been listening to your station. I listen to it every night when I finish the hospital shift and I'm coming home. I just want to make 2 points, if that's all right, specifically about one of your previous callers. Now, first one is, obviously, they always say the NHS is overwhelmed, and it is always overwhelmed every year. The only difference you see this year is because there are coronavirus or COVID patients coming in, we have to segregate them. That means we take a bed out, we take a ward out, we take a section out.
Right.
And that is why the normal people coming in are now not being seen. Well, they are being seen, but they're not able to be appropriately managed. And that's why we are overwhelmed. It's because we can't stick them together.
And you have all these extra procedures now. You used to just be able to walk around like an ordinary human being, but now you've got to go through all this folderol because you're trying to keep the COVID patients separate from the other patients. Wouldn't it have been... Sorry to interrupt, but wouldn't it have been smart to, at the very beginning of this, say, right, some hospitals are going to be COVID hospitals, and all the COVID patients will go to that hospital. They're going to be...
Up there.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes, sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Okay, and some hospitals would have been COVID hospital. All COVID patients would have gone to this hospital, have been repurposed specifically for that virus, and then another hospital in that local area would have been for elective surgery and all the other stuff that normally goes on in a hospital.
Absolutely right, and we've all had this discussion in hospitals all the time, and it's like you said, it's something that you're thinking, we think, and it's just something that isn't always instigated. Like, we've had 6, 7, 9 months to try and get on top of this, and that is the main issue.
Well, whose fault is that then? Because is it not the doctors themselves who thought, I'd rather not be in the COVID hospital, I want to be in the other hospital? So it just became a bit of a mishmatch, and they were going everywhere.
No, I think what it is you have to remember, unfortunately, as doctors, we will go where we are told to go. That is part of our parcel. We don't get to choose. And that's what the Nightingale is. If you get to choose if you get told to go there, you will go there. Unfortunately, it's a staffing problem as well.
Yes. Well, the Nightingales, they're not hospitals, are they? They're just warehouses with beds in because they haven't got the staff.
But the thing is, you need ITU staff then. The ITU staff are already fully stretched because, like I said to you, if you have an ITU which is full of 10 COVID patients, the other 10 beds are going to go to COVID because you can't segregate them. If you can segregate them, you need 10 separate staff.
And am I right
have a startage problem.
And am I right in saying that you've now got what essentially, not through no fault of their own, they're bed blockers, people who have come in and they keep testing positive. You've got to get 3 negative tests before you can leave, right? To go into care home.
Absolutely, and unfortunately the care homes are stretched because they don't have a proper policy in place, or they've been told that if somebody is positive, they have to wait 14 days, they can't accept them beforehand, they can't, by the time they're sitting in the hospital, something else goes wrong, so they're not medically fit for discharge, we then have to deal with it again. So it's a never-ending circle because, like you said, it's not so much that we're overwhelmed this year is different to normal, we're always overwhelmed, but it's because we have to segregate, we have to separate. Each patient I see that's COVID, I have to put on full PPE, that takes 10, 15 minutes.
Right.
I have to take that off. I have to go deal with them. We have to move them separately. We have to clean the full room from scratch with the cleaners.
Yes.
Where it used to take 15, 20 minutes to see somebody, it will now take an hour and a half.
So what kind of, what's your speciality?
Working in A&E.
In A&E, right. So apart from the period in April, it was a couple of weeks in April when it was really, really bad, how's the rest of the year been work-wise?
No, it's been busy since March. It hasn't really stopped. It's actually probably more busier now than it was in March. Because I think before people were honestly probably taking more of the government's advice and staying at home. Right now we are getting a lot of people who are saying, I've got COVID, I'm positive COVID, and I'm having a cough. And it's like, well, you should be sitting at home isolating, but you're still in hospital.
Right.
And again, like I said to you, you turn up, we have to go through the whole protocol again. We will probably send you home, for that reason, because if you're well, obviously if you're not well, you stay, but if you're well, you're going home. But that's another person we have to deal with, and then there might be other people that we can't deal with. So I think people were a bit more stricter in March and April and were keeping themselves to themselves, but this time around I don't see that happening very often at all.
Right. So, so the NHS is being it was not being overrun, but it's at or near capacity as it usually is. It's just that this year you have less capacity in the first place.
Yes, to segregate, to separate, to keep the non-COVIDs from the COVIDs, and basically stop spreading, which is what we're trying to do.
So if we're just talking about numbers, you're all right. I'm just talking about numbers. Then there are actually, you could say there are fewer people in hospital now than there were this time last year, because you have less capacity.
Well, no, the capacity is the same. There are the same amount of people in the hospitals. The problem we're having is you always hear that people who need routine care, people who have emergency care that is non-COVID are being missed. The reason is because we are at capacity of COVID. Like I said, if we have a normal ward which is for kidney patients, for example, just to be very simple, if that gets taken over by 2 or 3 COVID patients, that becomes a COVID ward. We now lose that space for our normal kidney patients.
Right, but don't you have to space the beds out more?
Well, where you can and when you can't, then that becomes a section of of a COVID section. So you cannot use that now, and that becomes for any excess COVID patients that are coming in. They will then start using that. Do you see what I mean? It's not always feasible to move, I don't know, a 4-bedded aisle into a 2-bedded aisle.
And am I right in thinking? And am I right in thinking that for somebody who has perhaps caught COVID in hospital, they've gone through it, they've recovered, they're now well. It can be a month before they actually register 3 negative tests. Is that right?
So, again, this depends on which test you're doing. And I was actually going to make a point about the last caller that did call about the numbers might be 4 times as high as they should be in terms of testing. Those kits are used, we use them as well. They're used because we can't physically go and use the PCR test all the time for the NHS track and trace. They're obviously being used and they need to be used for the local population. So we have our own test kits, which are the swab test kits, which we use. Yes, they are accurate, but we do 3 times to make sure they are positive, completely positive or completely negative. So yes, they are doing that. In between, yes, you could still have a longer positive, because at the moment we're not sure, whether it's 1 month, whether it's 2 weeks, whether it's 3 weeks. It's still all up in the air. In terms of how accurate these tests are. The PCR tests are very good. The ones that you're doing for test and trace, they're absolutely perfect. But the other ones are...
Those are the ones that you jam up your nose?
Essentially, yes. So I've gagged many times doing it, but that's the way to do it.
Yes, but it's a very inaccurate thing for people to do themselves, though, isn't it? I've just seen the time. I'm sorry about this, but I've got to go. But thanks for that.
The quick thing on that one is you're absolutely right. It is dependent on the person doing it, but unfortunately, what other resource do we have? And that is unfortunately better than having nothing.
Let's have a call in Swindon. Gary.
Hi, Nick.
Gary.
A few minutes ago, you just said people were losing their minds.
Yes.
Well, you're losing yours over Trump. You got Trump derangement syndrome.
Ah, right.
Yeah, you're playing right into his hands.
Am I?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he winds you people up, and you jump all over it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I like about the guy.
Right. Yeah. Why? Because he annoys people?
No, it's just that whatever he says...
But that's what you just said. You said you liked him because he deliberately annoys people. That's a bit childish position to hold, isn't it?
Here we go.
Well, I'm just repeating... I'm just summing up what you said.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, Gary.
Are you going to let me speak?
You are speaking.
Right, thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, just speak. Just say what you want.
Listen, did Trump deliver all the promises he made when he became president?
No,
he didn't.
No, not even close. Name the promises that he kept.
Okay, energy independence.
Energy independence.
Yeah. Lower taxes. Yeah. Free school choice.
Free school choice. What does that mean?
Yeah. But people can choose their own schools, Nick.
People could always choose their own schools.
He moved the capital to Jerusalem. Remember, the embassy to Jerusalem,
and that helps. That helps.
He promised to build. He promised to build the wall.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't.
He did.
No, he didn't.
He did.
The wall? How much wall did he build?
Yeah. Anyway.
How much wall? How much wall did he build?
400 miles.
How long is the border?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
Miles.
If it's 400 miles and it's a 3,000-mile border, then you just walk around the side.
Is it a 3,000-mile border?
Yeah.
Is it? Your geography is that good?
I know how wide America is.
Yeah. It's just the hypocrisy of you guys. Yeah. Where was all the outrage, when BLM and Antifa, were burning down cities in America?
Where was it?
All the outrage?
I don't know. Do you have ears? Can you hear? You seem to be very selective.
No, I'm not being very selective.
A little bit.
Yeah. No. Where was all the outrage? Yeah, I agree.
It was on air. Was the outrage?
No, it wasn't. Nonsense.
Which day are you talking about?
I'm talking about for the last 4 years.
Oh, so you've been listening for all of 4 years.
Yeah. Nothing but Trump derangement syndrome.
You've been listening.
You've
been listening from mainstream media. He said the mainstream media. Oh, Gary, I can't be bothered. Honestly, people like you I've been listening to for 4 years, and there's absolutely no getting through to you. So, I'm not really. I just don't have the strength or the energy or the interest. I just don't care anymore. How about this? This is a phrase I've been hearing for 4 years straight. You lost, get over it. Dom in Gloucester says, Gavin Williamson is actually Alan Bennett if you close your eyes and just listen. Well, here's when I do him. Archie says, when Trump brings his book out, he'll sell millions of copies to dinglings who can't read. Yeah, like that last dingling that I just was speaking to, who still believes, is still a believer after all this. This is what I'm talking about when I say that there are a significant number of people in this country who are itching for a dictator to take over, to really shove it to the libs. They really want it, desperately, because they think that by that, and there's a significant number of people who believed in Brexit for this very reason, that their lives will somehow improve, just to get somebody who is really on their side. And the beauty of Donald Trump, the genius of Trump, is that he will infect the minds of people like that. And despite doing absolutely everything to the contrary, he will make them believe that he is on their side. Like he actually said, tax cuts. It's something of the order of, I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but it's something like 95% of the tax cuts, of the biggest tax cut in history that Donald Trump kept going on about, which it wasn't, of course, it was another lie. Went to the top 10% of the richest Americans. It was a tax cut if you were a millionaire, but, that's the Republican Party. You wouldn't be surprised if the tax cuts were aimed at millionaires. They don't care about the little people. What's amazing is that the little people, not leprechauns, actually believe that they're on their side. They keep voting for the people who are not in their own interests. But, we do that in this country as well. I mean, very, very much so.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I mean, people vote for that guy, thinking that he is actually interested in the plight of the little people. I mean, God, what leads you to that opinion? It's amazing to me. It really is. The gullibility of the general public knows no bounds. And once they've made their mind up that he is their man, there's no dissuading them, because it's too much loss of face. They're all in, like a poker player. To admit that you've been duped would be too much loss of face, and so they double down, just like Trump himself does. When faced with the evidence that he is lying, he will restate the lie in a louder voice. No backing down. Ever. And then you get to where we are today. People like that who... I've heard that phrase so many times. You criticise him justifiably for the wrong things that he does, and that equals Trump derangement syndrome. You can't see the good in, for instance, separating children from their parents, then deporting the parents and keeping the children in cages in America, not taking notes as to which child belongs to which parent, and then washing your hands of the entire affair and congratulating yourself on a good job. There's still children that don't know who their parents are or where they are. But to point that out is Trump derangement syndrome. Why can't you see the good things that he did? He built a 400-mile wall. I don't think he even did that. I think much of it was just with repairs to fences that already existed. It's just astonishing. It is a cult. That's the problem with talking to people like that. You can't. It's a cult. It's a religion. You might as well try to convince an evangelical Christian that Jesus isn't on their side.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wrong one.
Come on, we're running late.
Yeah, not bye-bye just yet. Not yet, Donny. Stand back and stand by. John in Liverpool says, I first began listening to you on LBC just over 5 years ago, when the world and our lives were happier and lighter places. But then David Bowie died. Brexit kicked off, Trump blighted everything, and now COVID. The anniversary of Bowie's death reminds me of the time before the world went wrong and how I blame him for what's happened since. Yeah, so do I. Everything was fine until you died, David Bowie. Thanks a lot, David Bowie. Couldn't have hung on for another 10 years. Seen us through this. Livingston, Greg.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, last time I spoke to you, mate, was 1994, believe it or not.
I believe
when you were on Virgin. Do you remember?
No, of course not.
No, do I.
Do I remember? Are you kidding?
I used to quite like you then. But,
unfortunately, time passes and...
I was a young student then, mate, and a bit of an ideologist like yourself, but then I got a mortgage and...
I'm not an ideologist.
Well, okay, so no offence. Anyway, listen, mate, I've got to...
It sounded like you were trying to give offence, but then you said no offence, but okay, go ahead.
All right, anyway, listen, I've got to take issue with a few things.
Couple of three things, right.
With regards to your mate, Donny, first of all, I only caught part of the guest you had on. I joined the show sort of late, and he was talking about Ted Cruz being guilty of sedition, and I think it was one of the other Republican senators. Now, looking up the word sedition, it means conduct or speech inciting people to rebel against the authority of the state.
Right.
Now, I watched Ted Cruz's speech, and I didn't see any of that. What he was talking about was the election and investigation into...
Oh, God.
Investigation.
But to still be going on about that after you've lost 60 court cases, I mean, come on.
Yeah, but how many of these court cases did the judges actually look into?
They throw out cases that have no merit.
Well, they threw it out before they even looked at it, though.
No, of course they didn't. They looked at it, and then they thought this has no merit, and then they threw it out.
Well,
I mean, much of them were judges, were Republican judges,
Republican,
were appointed by Donald Trump, and he still lost. God, how much does it take for you people to actually admit that you lost?
Well,
for crying out loud! Stop calling me mate. God, that's annoying. It's amazing. You lose and 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 you still say we won. And these are the very people that have the nerve to call people on the left snowflakes and just wheel out that phrase, you lost, get over it, over and over and over again. The most sensitive are those that keep throwing that word snowflake about. And they just will not stop. like I said, it's pointless arguing with them. They've joined a cult. It's not a political movement, it's a cult. This is the sound that they must hear between their ears. There is no sense there. So I'm not going to engage. It's just too depressing that people that like you are so numerous and they're everywhere. What's amazing is that the disease has infected this country from America, which is not necessarily Donald Trump's doing. Those people were here already. It's just that he has given them voice. He's the spotlit character that they can adore. And if he fails, it's not that he failed, it's that the left wing are engaged in a conspiracy against him. If he lost the election, he didn't lose the election. It's that 8 million people voted twice, or they found 8 million dead people, or the left-wing conspiracy of the fake mainstream news media invented 8 million votes. And the beauty of believing in a conspiracy is that everything that happens is proof that there is a conspiracy. If people from the Republican Party say, well, you know, okay, calm down, Donald, you actually did lose, and this is getting ridiculous, then now the Republican Party are added to those who are in a conspiracy against you. And if the police try to stop you storming the Capitol building, then the police are now in a conspiracy against you. And the Democrats are part of the conspiracy, that goes without saying. And what about Hillary's emails, or Benghazi, or whatever stupid nonsense they keep coming up with over and over again? And so we got the Democrats and the Republicans who are part of the conspiracy, and the police are part of the conspiracy, and the FBI and the CIA, of course, are part of the conspiracy, and the National Security Agency are part of the conspiracy. And that pretty much doesn't leave anybody else apart from the dingalings who are reading this nonsense on social media and just nodding along, like those dogs that you used to put on the shelf of the back seat of the car. There's so many of them. I think there were always so many of them. It's not a new phenomenon. It's that what's new about this is that they have found the justification to give voice to it. Because the Yeller-in-Chief has paved the way for them. And now like trailing in his wake, they can, like ditto heads. Yeah, me too. Yeah. That's right. The Mexicans are coming over here and, I don't know. And it's the same there as it is here. Just insert Europeans for Mexicans. You know, they're murderers, they're rapists, and some of them are good people, I suppose. It's kind of deflating, really. I mean, you think that we're above all that in this country. You know, we get this sense. I mean, it must be the same in every country. The people of every country are gripped with a sense of superiority over others. You know, we have British exceptionalism, Americans have their version, and the Portuguese have theirs, I'm sure. But we did really feel as though we were, you know, I mean, the whole Donald Trump thing was a bit of a clown show, and only in America, and that kind of thing. No, not only in America, here too. Absolutely. I mean, it's not like we're a left-wing country, is it? Just look at our media. The most popular media is not left-wing. But they're the ones that are getting in the neck all the time from the people who yell snowflake a lot. The constant fury mongers. The people who consume all that right-wing media, which, by the way, is owned by three people. All living somewhere else, all billionaires. That's just properly weird, isn't it? That that most of the country consumes media which is provided for them by people who don't live here, who have been directing the country from afar. Those that actually did live here and have directed the country have left in the interim. You know, the leading lights of the Brexit campaign, they've gone. Where's the benefit if they didn't want to stick around and enjoy it? They've left now. I mean, doesn't that tell you anything? It's just astonishing to me. I mean, it just drains the life out of me. It just does. It's depressing. When did we all get so... I don't want to use the word stupid, because it's more than that. It's so single-minded, so... Everything is either, on any given issue, everything is either A or Z and nothing in between. You're either with us or you're an enemy of the people, and there's no other options. When did that happen? I think it might have happened, or it might have given people voice with the invention of social media. But I don't think it's the cause. It's part of the problem, but it's not the cause. I think that people have always been like this. It's just that they never actually had the way of expressing it like they do on social media. It's magnified our the problem in the human psyche. Whatever happened to peace, love and understanding, eh? Get Elvis Costello on the phone and he'll sing it for us.
Rock and roll!
Why did Rupert Murdoch get a jab before the Queen, by the way? I'm just curious. Which British GP's surgery is the American resident Rupert Murdoch signed up with? And why has Boris Johnson's father had not 1 jabs but 2? Just curious. Stanley Johnson has claimed he is having his 2nd shot of the coronavirus vaccine on television after receiving his first dose only 3 weeks ago. What? This is despite his son, Bozo the PM, telling people to wait 12 weeks between jabs. Huh. The father of the Prime Minister said that he was very much looking forward to getting his 2nd and final jab. Yeah, I bet he was. Is there a single rule that his son brings in that he thinks applies to him? No. He goes off to his 2nd home in another country when you weren't even supposed to go to your 2nd home in this country. He goes maskless into shops. He travels the trains with his mask under his nose. He gets the 2nd jab when the makers say you should, in contrast to the rest of us who are told to wait until the government get around to it. It's like this administration are deliberately pushing us to see how far they can go. It's like some sort of game. I've been saying this for a while. It's like, how much can we get away with before the proles raise a finger of objection? Exactly what is their boiling point, they must think. Boris Johnson's dad went on daytime TV, if you please, and said, I had my first jab on December the 18th. Wow, he must have been absolutely first in the queue. And 3 weeks on, he said, is today. And I'm not today, but this is him talking yesterday. Was it yesterday? Day before? It doesn't matter. He says, and I'm very much looking forward to my 2nd jab. You know, just pushing it under our noses. Shoving his good fortune right in our face. He said, and he said, I don't have to go far. Oh, well, that's nice. For everyone that is not related to the Prime Minister, the government is extending the gap between the 1st and the 2nd jab to 12 weeks because they don't have faith in their ability to roll it out fast enough to follow the manufacturer's instructions. Always read the label. Every medical officer on earth tells you the same thing when you get your medicine. Always read the label. Well, I never read the label. I just do what the doctor said. Take it until your icky oozing goes away. If you read the label inside, oh my God, it doesn't matter what you're taking. It will always have the same effects. Everything up to and including death. So anyway, they've set a target of vaccinating the 14 million people in the top 4 priority groups, which includes the over 80s, by mid-February, which is about 4 weeks away, which means 500,000 a day. Anybody think they can do that?
No.
No. Care home residents, vulnerable people and frontline health workers are also first in line for jabs of the Pfizer and Oxford vaccines. But not before a certain American resident and media baron Rupert Murdoch got his jab. He even got his before the Queen, which shows you the pecking order round here. Newspaper proprietor, family members of the PM, the Queen, then everybody else. Stanley Johnson said, "I'm very reassured by the fact that we've got a grip of the vaccination programme." Well, it might look that way to someone who has somehow managed to get to the front of the queue not once but twice, in much the same way as someone who's won the lottery on their very first try thinks it's easy. And then he gave that, "Oh gosh, who me?" routine that we know so well from his son. Which enables the family to get away with it.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
You know, that, you know, that. You'll love this bit. Asked about how he thought his son was governing, he compared his achievements to those of Winston Churchill during the war. It's that cracking sense of humour that marks out the Johnson family. Groovy Songs tweets, "Groovy. Some people die from corona and some don't. They don't know how many people have corona, but TV and radio news keep telling the fake corona news in fact. At ABC News, at Oprah, at LBC. Hey, that's not bad company." Thanks, Groovy Songs. We're in a trifecta with ABC News and Oprah and LBC. We're having a threesome.
Disgusting.
What are you talking about? Some people die from corona and some don't. And they don't know how many people have corona. Who's they? But TV and radio news keep telling the fake corona news in fact. Does that mean anything?
No.
Didn't think so. Here's another one of these tinfoil hat, you know. Yeah, one of those people. This says, "I personally know of 6 people who have had their second COVID jab, so why shouldn't Stanley Johnson? It's just a bit coincidental, don't you think? I don't even know anybody who's had their first... Oh, no, that's actually not true. I know a doctor who's had his first jab. But, you know, he was actually dealing with hundreds of corona patients, and he didn't even get singled out for it. They just had some extra, and so they called around, said, we're going to throw these away. Does anybody want one? And he said, yeah, all right. And they said, well, you'll have to make it here in about 10 minutes. And so he hiked out the front door. Well, he's the only person I know who's had it. Helen texts, "Do you think that Johnson takes ages to action his decisions in order to give his dad notice to go on holiday?" Well, I'd be surprised if they didn't talk to each other, give each other a heads up, you know. And this one said, God, there's a lot so far. You people are keen today. This one says, "People on the Isle of Wight are having their second jabs. It seems to depend where you are in the country. It seems to depend who you are in the country." Police faced criticism after a force threatened to fine people £200 for playing in the snow. Elsewhere, officers swooped on 2 friends for driving just 5 miles to go for a walk at a beauty spot. If they'd gone to an ugly spot, it would have been completely fine. The Broseley and Much Wenlock Division of West Mercia Police. Get lost, there's no such thing. Broseley and Much Wenlock Division of West Mercia Police. Do the Teletubbies live there?
Yes.
They tweeted, "There have been 2 reports of snowballs being thrown last night between 11 and 11:30 p.m. They said this is obviously not a justifiable reason to be out of your house. This behaviour is likely to result in a £200 fixed penalty notice for breaking the lockdown rules. I don't know why they all talk like that, but they just do. It's a fact. Meanwhile, Derbyshire Police fined 2 women £200 each for driving for a socially distanced stroll at Foremark Reservoir, if you please. One of them's called Ms. Allen. I don't know what her first name is. I'll call her Hyacinth. Hyacinth Allen. It's a bit highfalutin, that name, isn't it? Could the parents not have picked something else? A bit more modern, perhaps. I'll call her Gertrude. Gertrude Allen, who was with her friend Eliza Moore. That's Eliza with a Z, not Eliza with an S, because Eliza with a Z goes nuts. Said she saw a police van, a police car and several officers at the entrance to the open space of Foremark Reservoir. She said it was a short journey and only took about 10 minutes. She said, I genuinely thought that somebody had been murdered or a child had gone missing. The place is normally so quiet. The next thing, my car's surrounded, she said. I got out of the car thinking there's no way they're coming to speak to us. Oh, yes, they were. One of them... She says straight away they started questioning us. One of them started reading my rights. You have the right to remain silent. And then the rest of it. I was looking at my friend, she says, thinking, this must be a joke. Yeah, it's one of those unfunny alternative comedy jokes. She told the officer, I said we'd come in separate cars. We even parked 2 spaces away and even brought our own drinks with us. This next bit's priceless. And to the information that they brought their own drinks, the officer said, you can't do that. It's classed as a picnic. The whole world's gone insane. A picnic. Worst picnic ever. Is this real life or am I hallucinating? Ms. Moore, Gertrude Moore, said that she was stunned at the time, so did not challenge police and gave her details so that they could send her a fixed penalty notice. She says just seeing a police officer is quite scary for some people, and we were really not expecting to be approached and told we were doing something wrong. We don't want to get away with it if we've broken the rule, but it seems a bit unfair that you can be fined on something that's so vague. And there's the pictures in the press which are priceless, because I don't know whether they've given them each a drink or whether those were the drinks that they arrived with. But they've spaced them out so far that they'd have to yell to each other through a megaphone to be heard. So excellent work, journalists who took that picture, because it definitely wasn't a selfie. The pair were also told that their cups of Starbucks peppermint tea were not allowed because, and I am not making this up, they were classed as a picnic. Peppermint tea? Oh, I see. They were hippies. Groovy. Guidance for the current lockdown says that people can travel for exercise as long as it's in their local area. But it does not, crucially, this is the crucial part, it does not specify what local means. It doesn't tell you how far you can travel. It's open to interpretation. Derbyshire Police insisted that what did they do? They insisted that the distance was at the discretion of individual officers and the trip was, quote, not in the spirit of the rules. Yes, it is. It is in the spirit of the rules. 10 minutes drive is local. If you went to your local Tesco's, you would not be surprised if it was 10 minutes drive away, would you? The local GPs would be 10 minutes drive away. If only it was the local airport, would you be expecting to get in the car for more than 10 minutes? Derbyshire Police said in a statement, driving to a location where exercise could easily have been taken closer to a person's home is clearly not in the spirit of the national effort to reduce air travel, reduce the possible spread of the disease, and reduce the number of deaths. Each officer... I can't keep it up. Each officer, they said, will use their professional judgment on a case-by-case basis. However, people should expect to be challenged and understand the clear reasons why they may be asked about their movements, given the critical situation the NHS currently finds itself in. All right, I've slipped into it again. It's up to each individual officer on a case-by-case basis to decide what is reasonable, as the legislation does not proscribe a distance.
Warning, warning.
Well, that's a source of trouble right there. Make it clear. The force has previously been criticised for its heavy-handed approach to enforcing the restrictions, and in March released drone footage of dog walkers in the Peak District in an attempt to shame them. You can't shame dogs. They lick their parts right there in the front room while you're having your crumpets, if you please.
Disgusting.
In March, Derbyshire Police dumped black dye into the famous Blue Lagoon at Harper Hill, near Buxton, to prevent Instagrammers from posing for snaps during the lockdown. What is going on? I mean, maybe they would be better occupied solving, I don't know, crimes, perhaps. Or is that a controversial thing to say?
Yes.
In Aberdeen, 2 police persons knocked on a family's front door. This isn't funny. Have you seen the video to this? God. 2 police persons in Aberdeen knocked on a family's front door after complaints from a neighbour and stormed inside as a woman shouted, "This is my ass." This is not the way she said it. "This is my house. Get out of my house." And the children screamed in the background. It's horrible. 2 women aged 18 and 48 and a 43-year-old man were charged in connection with assaulting police officers and threatening and abusive behaviour. Well, I saw that video. It was like something out of Brazil. The film, not the country. But also the country. At Euston, officers were seen stopping passengers to ask where they were going. They said, "Where are you going?" Snowdonia National Park has now closed all of its car parks to visitors. Snowdonia. You can't go to Snowdonia. It's over 2,000 square miles, Snowdonia. You can't socially distance there. You can't do it anywhere. There's nothing but space. It's the biggest open space in the land, and you can't go there. Why not? In an attempt to clarify the guidance, Leicester City Council's Public Health Professor Director Ivan urged residents to visit your nearest park, not your nicest park. Ridiculous. Why? Why do you have to go to your smelly local park, wade up to your ankles in discarded silver laughing gas bottles, and get stabbed to death with your watch when you could drive 10 miles down the road to happiness? What difference does it make which park you go in? I mean, Snowdonia, for instance, isn't local to anyone. Nobody lives there. You've got to go there from somewhere else. So instead of going to a massive area where you couldn't see the next person with binoculars, everyone's crammed in instead to some unlovely recreation ground where all there is to see is malevolent teenagers lurching around the kiddies' playpen.
Want to score some pot?
Just hours after Home Secretary Priti Patel? No! Yes, that's her. She threw her support behind the crackdown. It emerged that officers in Birmingham questioned a couple with a pushchair to ask what business they had in town. In Ely, in Cambridgeshire, town seats were taped up to stop people using them. Because the virus only attacks you when you're sitting? Snowdonia National Park closed its car parks after an increase in the number of people going there. Officials said people could only take part in exercise if it started and finished in their own home. Well, I could go for exercise to Timbuktu and back and start and end in my own home. Does that count? It's just so vague. And vague allows those of a certain bent to overreact. And as long as there's no actual rules, the overreactors are safe because they won't have broken any rules either. It's not a police state. It seems more like a prefect's state. I mean, if we can't go to a pub or a bar or a restaurant or a cinema or a gym or anywhere else that we would normally while away our lives, the idea we also can't go to a park just seems willfully cruel, doesn't it? I mean, people aren't going to Snowdonia for an orgy, you know, it's a walk. Exercise and essential journeys are the only reasons people are allowed out to leave their homes. But considering that being unhealthy and overweight are 2 indicators of getting a bad response to the virus, it seems properly weird to prevent people from doing just that about the one thing that we're allowed to do to promote health. Of course, the Home Secretary understands this and has advised the police not to confront innocent citizens safely sat on benches minding their own affairs. No, of course she didn't. The Pritster said it's right for officers to confront Britons sat on park benches and argued that the police should stop people and demand to know why they're outside their homes. 3 cheers for the Home Secretary. Hip hip. Nothing? The College of Policing said, in overall terms, police officers across England and Wales will be using their discretion and professional judgment about whether or not someone has a reasonable excuse for travelling or exercise and being outside the place where they are living. And there will be a video of Boris Johnson's dad travelling outside the area without a mask and an excuse in 3, 2, 1... Oh, blimey, it doesn't work again. A machine's bust again. Oh, well, never mind. It would have been great. It's an uplifting call in Gravesend. Margaret.
Hi there.
Hello
just
there.
To say I had my second jab today.
You had your second jab today.
Yeah.
And how do you feel?
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, nothing wrong. And I think a lot of people actually have had them today. But what I understand, a lot of the surgeries, what I read, because the government only gives them a matter of 4 or 5 days to, let's say, 2,000 people, 1,000 to cancel all those, and then to ring another 1,000 to rebook them in again, and it just wasn't really doable.
Right. Well, aren't you a lucky Margaret?
Yes, I certainly am.
It probably won't take effect for a little while there. Do remember that. Might be a month.
Oh, yeah, I know. 7 days.
No, I think it might be longer than that. Somebody in...
just 7 days.
Somebody...
Definitely 7 days.
What? Who says?
The literature.
Oh, literature.
Media,
literature. She's literate. No,
Yes,
some nurse got it 3 weeks ago, and she reported that she just caught it.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear, yeah.
Oh, well, just have to hope for the
Oh,
best.
well, never mind, yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Margaret. 0345 6060 973. This one, pretty much the same. Says, I also had my first jab on the 18th of December, and I've had my second dose yesterday. I'm a healthcare worker. The government U-turn did not allow time to cancel the already booked second appointments. Going forward, we will prioritise first dose as per government guidelines. In other words, I'm all right, Jack. Pete tweets, I took my 93-year-old nan, 93 years old, took my 93-year-old nan for her jab and she spent all day getting upset about going out. When we got to the doctors, the jab was 20 miles away, but no one had told us. Well, you can't go 20 miles away. That's right out. Jackie in Watford says they're trying to get staff to open the London Nightingale back again next week. They'll have to put everything back. There's another U-turn. This time, literally, there's a lorry full of beds performing a U-turn. They're not hospitals. If you haven't got the staff, it's not a hospital, it's just a warehouse with beds in. 0345 6060 973. Let's have, all right, here we go. Stockton-on-Tees. Hello, Brian.
Yes, Happy New Year, Nick.
Yes, Happy New Year, Brian.
I haven't spoken to you since we come to the New Year.
Isn't it just so much better out of the European Union?
We're starting to see things take shape a bit, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
but,
they're taking shape, all right.
Just quickly on about the police. We've got to give them a bit of leeway, not be so nitpicky. I mean, they can't win, really, can they, in this situation with the pandemic going on.
The proportion of crimes solved by police in England and Wales fell to the lowest level ever recorded. In the 12 months to March 2019, 7.8% of offences in total saw someone charged or summoned, down from a previous low of 9% a year previously.
But they're taking flack for this pandemic for pulling people up and for fining people £200, the ones in the park and that. And isn't a method in the madness there? They're doing the odd random ones just to let people know.
I can understand if they're breaking up a party or people doing an illegal nightclub, but in Snowdonia? You've got to be kidding me. You can't socially distance in Snowdonia?
But look, they're getting called if they don't do anything. They can't win.
No one's going to criticise the police for not for not accosting someone in Snowdonia. That's ridiculous.
You will call the police for anything, Nick. I've heard you on about the police before.
That's absolute rubbish, Brian. God, you don't half make stuff up. You're an excruciating bore. Every week he calls. Not even just every week, every day. I can't be bothered, Brian. Not today. Maybe next week. Call again sometime later when I'm in a better mood. 0345. I mean, am I wrong? Actual crimes. I mean, if you get your house burgled or your bike nicked or your car smashed into, they don't even bother to show up. I know this to be true. It happened to me. A completely disinterested person on the end of the phone will give you a crime number, and that's the end of it. I even had the person on CCTV in colour, and they weren't interested. But they'll nick you for throwing a snowball. I mean, come on. No one's going to criticise the police for not arresting somebody in Snowdonia, for crying out loud.
Mind telling me what this is all about?
It's about trying to staying alive. Everybody sing. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Just to put Brian in his place a bit, the police are supposed to do the 4 E's, aren't they? They're supposed to engage, educate, encourage before they enforce, but they just went straight for
the enforcement part, yeah.
Which didn't help their image very much. But the other thing is...
It saves a lot of time, though. It does save a lot of time. You know, it's an efficient use of their time. Go straight to the penalties. Yeah.
And the other thing is, you could do the nation a service by saying that if confronted in such situations, don't start trying to explain what you're doing. Just say, I test.
I test. See, this is the major problem, I think, is one of the major problems with this administration is that everything that they tell us to do, we know damn well that they do not believe applies to them. And time and time and time again, it's shown to be true. They just keep doling this stuff out, and we know that within about 10 seconds, either the Boris Johnson himself or one of his relatives or one other of their ilk or number will be caught doing the very thing that they're telling us not to do.
Exactly. And just to sort of vary it a bit, one of my friends lives in France and took his dog for a walk, and they have specific rules 2 kilometres from home. And he was walking his dog and he got nicked and fined 130 odd euros because he was 200 metres beyond the 2 kilometres.
Wow.
But the French police were quite reasonable because he was annoyed, went home, got in his car and drove back to check on the 2 kilometres, and the police were still there. But when he explained that he wasn't sure that the 2 kilometres had been exceeded, they actually said, go home and don't worry about it.
Well, I thought you were going to tell me they were going to fine him again for having
no, they were quite reasonable and said, okay, we'll live with that, but just go home.
Well, being French, they were probably drunk. No, I'm kidding. It's just that the police used to drink on duty. Do you remember that? I remember seeing it with my own eyes when I was in Paris. And they were just standing around having a drink. And I think they threatened, or actually did, go on strike when the authorities suggested it might not be a good idea anymore for the police to drink alcohol in public for, while they're having their lunch. It's almost like a different country, France, isn't it?
The local coffee used to come in the pub and have a pint. It was not a particular issue when I was a kid, which was a long time ago. But last point, Nick, before I go. When you move home, critical thing is to get several sets of keys cut so you can hide one in your car, hide one in your garden, and you don't incur locksmith's bills.
Yes, that's right. No, that's very, very true, yeah. That is excellent advice. Hide one in the garden. Put it in some sort of waterproof container and bury it, but remember where you put it, because if you come back, a little bit pie-eyed, you don't have to dig up the whole garden to get in the house.
Or smash double glazing.
Well, it can't be done. Believe me, I've tried it. It's impossible. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. If you haven't heard it, you can hear my trial to my failed attempt to try to break into my own house on the podcast that I put out, which is going to return on Monday, I hope. The Nick Abbott Habit, that'll come back. There's clips from old shows before the the virus had ever been invented. If you do a web search on my name, Nick Abbott Podcast, then the three that I do will become immediately apparent.
Oh, right, yeah.
I do one with her as well, which is a right laugh. All right, thanks, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Ealing, Faraz.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I just wanted to tell you, I don't know how much reading you've done on the vaccination and how it works.
What, homework?
Not just reading. Not homework.
Homework? But, sir, it's the weekend.
No, because the vaccine doesn't actually stop you from getting the virus.
What?
It just helps you, like, your immune system fight it.
Right.
But then you can catch it again, but you won't get the symptoms.
Yeah, it bounces off you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It'll take a couple of days, obviously, to bounce off you.
Well, I think it's longer than that because, well, I mean, I really don't have any medical qualifications.
I'm not a doctor.
But I saw that there was a nurse that had got the vaccine 3 weeks ago and she just caught it. Well, that was the report.
If she caught it the same day she got tested, obviously she's going to test positive.
If she caught it the same day she got tested, she's going to...
Yeah, think about it.
No, I can't think about it.
Does that make sense to you?
I'm not going to think about it. I refuse to think about it. Why should I think about it? No, it doesn't make sense to me. If she caught it on but what if she caught it the previous day?
Yeah, it'll take 2 or 3 days maybe, but the thing is, she can still pass it on. I'm sure you've heard that also. Like, they still want you to self-isolate and stuff because you can still pass the virus on, even if you have the vaccination.
Right. So even if they vaccinated the entire country today, we'd all still have to be in lockdown.
No, then you won't have to.
Well, why not?
Because even if you pass it on to someone, they won't die from the virus anymore because they've been vaccinated.
Well, it depends.
And yeah, on the efficiency, yeah.
Well, no, it depends on your reaction to the vaccine, because I think that having one jab will only get you at most 70% protection, won't it? So, in other words, 3 out of 10 people that get the vaccination are still going to, fall prey to it. Should it come their way?
Yes, that's correct. But if half the people get vaccinated, you have like herd immunity. Then the virus itself will die out.
I don't think it's half. I think herd immunity is about 80%, isn't it? 80 or 90%, right. Something like that. Well, I might be right, and then again I might be wrong. What do I know? What are you asking me for?
That's interesting.
Are you a medical professional, Faraz?
No, my wife is.
Your wife is? Well, why am I talking to you?
Because I'm the one listening to the radio, I'm afraid.
Right. I'm talking to the monkey. I need to speak to the organ grinder, please. All right, thanks a lot, Faraz. 0345 6060 973. This is an educational programme, isn't it?
No.
Anonymous in Newcastle texts, my aunt has been stuck in since last March. She's 91, but has not had her jab yet. Yeah, I heard from a medical professional that, and it almost sticks in my throat to say this, but we are actually doing quite a good job, apparently, of doling out the vaccine compared to other countries. Not compared to what we could be doing, or perhaps we should be doing, but compared to some of our neighbours, and almost everywhere, except maybe Israel has done particularly well. New Zealand, probably New Zealand, always so perfect, New Zealand. But apart from them, we are apparently doing quite well, although it could be a lot better. There's this professor who was interviewed in the Times, Oxford professor Sir John Bell. He said the NHS has the theoretical capacity to immunise everybody in 5 days. Everybody in 5 days. He says, but I don't get the sense that they're really motivated. What? Well, what would it take to get them motivated? He said COVID should be like treating an invading enemy. He said people have rightly pointed to the Israelis. Well, there you are, you see, the Israelis, who have managed to immunise lots of people. You have to view it as if it were a war. I thought they were doing that. God, will they ever get their act together? It's almost as though, entirely unpredictably, if you vote for a clown, you get a circus.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Who could have seen that coming? He says you have to view it as if it's a war. The Israelis are very good at getting on a war footing. Everyone's waiting for the 2 a.m. call anyway. Here, it's not clear whether it's a national security issue, but it is. The economic impact is as bad as any war. You might say 100,000 dead is not as bad as a war, but it's still not where you want to be. Well, you don't need to be an Oxford professor, sir, to say that. He doesn't blame the doctors and the nurses, who he stresses are heroes. I think we've got to... It's almost like infantilising them. It's like... They're not heroes, they're doctors and nurses. I mean, come on. Firefighters running into a burning building while everyone else is screaming and running out in the opposite direction. There's heroism there. But, well, anyway, let's not get bogged down on that. I think we do... It's a bit like baby talk. Oh, they're heroes, they're heroes. They're not, they're doctors and nurses. Not all doctors and nurses are heroes. Some of them are in jail for mass murder. Don't forget that. He says the frontline medics certainly see it as an emergency. These guys are working harder than anyone I've ever seen. They are eye-wateringly good, he says, but you don't get the same sense from the hierarchy in the NHS, the bureaucrats. Nor does he accuse the politicians of messing it up. Well, really? He says, let's say the Russians came over the hill with a load of bombers tomorrow. The PM would immediately turn to the heads of the Army, the Navy and the Air Force and say, off you go. But when this happened, there was no one to turn to. The NHS said we've still got to run our clinics. Public Health England had been asset stripped over many years. We've no national body to deal with this, unlike a military incursion. Well, that, I'm afraid, Oxford Professor Sir, is the direct responsibility of politicians, specifically the one that is in number 10 at the moment. Because he wound up the body whose responsibility it was to deal with a pandemic. Comically, I mean, if it wasn't so serious, it would actually be funny. Just about a month before the pandemic hit, Boris Johnson, as almost the first thing he did on ascending to the top job, sacked or closed down the government body whose job it was to warn about and plan for a pandemic. And I know I've said this before, but curiously, quite coincidentally, I'm sure Donald Trump, his hero, did the very same thing in America.
Everything that I've done is 100% proper. That's what I do, is I do things proper.
Yeah, he does things proper, all right. Professor Sir John said, ministers had to fight the war themselves. They've been trying to make decisions in domains they don't really have any individual expertise in. Well, which domains do they actually have individual expertise in? Anybody know at all? Like Gavin Williamson, for instance. What is which domain does he have individual expertise in? He says they are not medically qualified and don't know about pandemics. Well, Donald Trump is shortly going to be in the want of a job. Maybe we'll get him to do it.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
No, you're right, Donnie. He says the world is going to be playing a game of cat and mouse with the virus for years. He says, I keep saying to people, think flu, except it's slightly worse than flu because it kills more people. He said it's optimistic to think it will be possible to come out of lockdown in mid-February. It will probably be March.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and if it's probably March, then I wouldn't be surprised if this time next year we were still saying, well, just another couple of months to texts. Evening, Nick. I had the Oxford jab today, so can I have some disco music to celebrate? No, you cannot. But, thanks for asking. Disco music. No, I'll do this for you. You must have HAPP-ness. Archie says, some folk have to travel 240 miles for a COVID test. The police are at it. I don't know what that means. They're at it. Oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, if you were at it, you'd probably think it was a good thing.
Disgusting.
Pam text, not allowed to sit on benches. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? I mean, I don't really get that. Sometimes you, in a park, you'll see that one bench has been roped off. Not allowed to sit on this bench, but you can sit on the next one. Which means that anybody that's got to sit on a bench is now all crammed into one bench as opposed to using the facilities of two. Does that make sense?
No.
Sue tweets, you're not allowed to travel to exercise in Wales unless you have mobility issues. Hey? You're not allowed to travel to exercise in Wales unless you have mobility issues. And would you travel to Snowdonia if you did? Fact is, local people are fed up of people from all over England coming to go for a walk up Snowdon. Because they come over here. It's just madness. Snowdon is the size of Wales. Why can't people go for a walk there? I don't understand. I genuinely don't. I mean, your local park is bound to be smaller than Snowdonia, is it not? So why are you allowed, in fact, why they insist that you go to your local park, where you'll be crammed in shoulder to shoulder, as opposed to Snowdonia, where you won't be able to see the next person if you narrow your eye sockets and peer. It's mad. The whole world's gone insane. Dagenham, hello, Pat.
Oh, hello, Nick. Hello. No, all I wanted to ask was that I had a rotten day because my granddaughter's boyfriend, has got coronavirus and he's been quite ill and he had to go to a hub today. It's called a medical hub to have everything looked at, his lungs and everything, because he can't breathe very well. But they're so packed out in the hospital, they said go home and come back in a couple of days if it gets worse. 1111. So I've been really miserable today because he's such a lovely man.
All right.
After all that, have they shut the borders?
Which borders? Well, the bookshop.
We've got flower borders and all that kind of thing. Like round the whole country.
No.
It's crazy.
Why would they do that? This late stage. Why would they do something as smart as that? No, they haven't. No.
It's terrible. Don't you? Do you think so?
It's madness. They should have done it immediately, right at the beginning, like New Zealand did. Unfortunately, New Zealand, nobody really goes through New Zealand to get somewhere else. New Zealand is an end destination point. But a lot of people go through Britain to get to somewhere else. We're a hub. However, if they are doing that, then there's no real reason for them to leave the airport. So they could have put a circle around the airport. They could have built a wall and not let any travellers who are passing through to get to somewhere else out into, the great outside. And anybody that did come in should have been tested from the tips of their head to the bottom of their shoes and then stuck in quarantine. Stuck in a room with no handle on the inside for 2 weeks.
And my grandson went to Australia to live recently, and he had to go straight into a hotel. He had to be tested when he arrived. He had to go in the hotel. He had to be tested halfway through, and he wasn't let out for a fortnight, and he had to be tested at the end. This country is doing all this. I've had my vaccinations,
have you?
2 of them, but I don't understand because people coming in, unless they've got a really good system when they arrive with tests. And
no, they had a good system. It was just a exit this way. That was about it, really. So the doors are open, just to please, help yourself and disperse quietly.
I don't get it.
No. Well, here's the reason.
Here we go.
We voted for that guy. We voted for a good time Charlie, who was then faced with an actual real-life crisis for which he was not prepared.
No, the reason is because the medical people in the government said, no, we don't need to. And it came up on one of the other presenters one night, and I said, and we had to do a poll. And the poll was good, said, shut the borders.
Yeah.
But the science in 10 Downing Street said, no, we don't need to shut the borders. I don't get it.
Yeah, well...
These people died. I thought my grandson bloke was going to die today. I thought he was going to go to hospital and die. And I just feel like punching all of the government on the face, on the head. Yeah, I feel like going up there and having a demonstration, but I'm too old now, unfortunately.
Yeah, don't do that.
I used to demonstrate a lot, but I can't now. But I just can't believe it. Can't you do something?
Yeah, leave it with me. I'll stage an intervention. Yeah, no, not really. But I do wish you all the best, you and yours, Pat. Okay. I hope it all works out. All right.
Bye-bye, Nick.
All right, thanks, Pat. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it don't make no sense. Precious little of what's happened so far does make any sense. I mean, we're looking for leadership to a man who, at an early stage in all this, said, I've just been to a COVID ward and I've shaken hands with everyone in there. I mean, this is what we're faced with.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Yes. Yes. But that's what we want. We know what we voted for, didn't we? Bill text, while the first wave of the COVID virus may have been unavoidable, more could have been done to stop the second, more contagious Boris virus from occurring. Yeah. Well, it's a little too late now. We're stuck with the Boris virus for another 4 years. At least. Oliver in Hackney says, Nick, a cup of peppermint tea amounts to a picnic. Does that mean that we'll be able to drink a pint of beer in a pub as long as we have a peppermint tea chaser with it? Yes. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I'll have 2 pints of lager and a peppermint tea, please. And Rawton, Paul.
Hi, good evening to you, Nick. How are you?
Yes, Paul. Good, thanks.
Costa del Rawton, by the way.
Is it?
Yes, but not at the moment. We've got a bit of snow on the road.
A little bit of snow.
Yeah, I wanted to discuss to you about why I believe I've had corona 4 times, but
4?
No one believes me. Yeah.
What makes you think you've had it 4 times?
Well, the first time I was working at CGL in London on the Underground, and I was 2 weeks down with it.
What it?
Oh, the virus.
Yeah, but how do you know?
Well, I came back negative, so I can't prove nothing. I'm not a scientist.
Right, so you didn't have it?
No, I came back negative.
That's what I'm saying.
The second time was in Sunderland.
If you come back negative, that's positive.
Well, it was a pos-neg, as they say. Then it was in Sunderland.
Yes.
And then the next time back in London, and then I've been ill last week again for the 4th time.
Right, and what's it
like? With all
like?
the similar symptoms.
Right, what's it like when you're ill?
Oh, mate, the second time I thought I was dying.
Mm-hmm.
I really thought I was a goner.
Yes.
Honest to God. Not nice at all, Nick.
Right.
But I'm just isolating at the moment.
Yes.
Keeping myself to myself, but I just want people just to be careful, Nick.
Right. Okay.
What's your answer to that one, then?
Well, there is no answer because there was no question. But I appreciate the update, Paul. If you get it a 5th time, let me know straight away. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. CJ texts, I don't want to sound like a killjoy. Oh, a killjoy.
Oh, no.
But if these people driving for 10 minutes have a crash, then the NHS will be under more strain than it already is. Same goes for snowball fights. Accidents happen, and if people are at home like they're meant to be, less chance of a freak accident happening. And, well, not really. I think most freak accidents happen in the home, not in a park. You're much more likely to have an accident at home than you are in a park. I think that is statistically correct. Christine tweets, called the police on 101 to report a large group of around 25 men playing football. Was asked, were they of mixed ethnicity? Why, says Christine. Called the police on 101 to report a lot. What? 101 is that a calling the police thing?
Oh.
101.
Say again.
What do you know about 101?
101.
Yeah.
Is that the police thing?
See, that's exactly what I just said.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the police thing. Called the police on 101 to report a large group of around 25 men playing football, says Christine. Was asked, were they of mixed ethnicity? Why? She says. I don't know. That's bizarre. Let's have Worcester. Dave.
Good evening, Nick. You're right. It is madness.
Yes.
And we need to know what's going on now because this is getting out of control.
Get Marvin Gaye on the phone. We need to know what's going on.
Yeah, we really do, because we have become now, in spite of the virus and all the rest of it, we have now become a police state.
Not in spite of it, because of it.
Yeah, but also it's deeper than that, as I said to you before, you know, about the conspiracies and all the rest of it. But what we'll go, because it's a marriage of the bureaucracy, of the politicians, and of the business class. It's a form of fascism they're taking us into.
Business
It's
class?
not already there.
Which
the
business?
Class, the undemocratic corporations. Everybody works in an undemocratic workplace now. Unions have been emasculated. This is part of the agenda. I was approached myself by the force.
Yeah, I bet.
And I don't mean Skywalker. I was, and they asked me what I was doing, what I'd been doing, and this is on Tuesday before it even came in.
Well, what had you been doing?
Well, this is the thing.
Had you been up to no good? I bet you had.
No, they had. The essence of a police state is when the police approach people without a justification. The police are only
but there is a justification, though.
No. The police are only supposed to approach you if they feel you are committing a crime, and you've got to have evidence. Otherwise, that is a police state. I pointed that out to them.
Well, see, that was your second mistake.
Well,
Yes.
it was. You're right, because they got quite aerated.
No way, really?
But that's okay. I mean, that again is an example of why we shouldn't give these people too much power.
No, it's an example of why you shouldn't give someone lip when they have the ability to ruin your day.
It's called defending oneself. It's not lip. No, it's not. Anyway, I was threatened with what's called a COVID dispersal order.
Yeah.
I was on my own. And I said, look, if you give me, if you charge me or fine me, which I thought, here we go, because I have had previous, and I've beaten them before, I said, I will take this into court. And I don't mean kangaroo court, I mean a crown court.
Yeah, you'll sue
right? Well, again,
best of luck with that.
Court, well, no, good luck with it, because that's the only way, in a democracy, courts are the oversight. It's not the police to administer the law or to judge people.
Dave, have you ever heard anybody say this to you? You have an attitude problem.
And it's all mine. And that's the thing. Because I'm a free man, and free men and free women shouldn't put up with this.
I am not a number.
Attitude.
I am a free man.
Right on, man.
Yeah, okay. You're going to be a prisoner soon. I'd watch yourself, Dave. You're a little bit fighty. You know what I mean? A little bit. Just calm down. Everything's fine. Well, nothing is fine, but it's not as bad as you think. It's not a conspiracy. Stop reading the internet. Seriously, people should stop reading the internet. If you believe in things that are called conspiracy theories, then you are reading the internet too much. Life is not run by conspirators. It's just sheer dumb luck most of the time. I can't have this conversation again. I did all this a week or a couple of weeks ago. A couple of 3 weeks ago, something like that. I can't do it all again, Dave. I do believe I've explained this to you in detail. Listen to me, man. Christine tweets, I read that. David says, It's now a full week since we left the European Union. Oh, it's so much better, no?
No.
It's a full week since we left the EU with a deal. I was wondering on which day of this week the NHS received its first £350 million. And will it be on the same day every week? Yeah. I wonder. Have got any opinions about that, Nige?
This is absolute tosh.
I thought so. Yeah, that's what I thought at the time. People were yelling at me. No, it's not. Why can't you be more patriotic? They would say. So far, it's going precisely as expected. Major parcel courier halted deliveries to the EU today as firms complained of a perfect storm of post-Brexit changes hitting business. DPD UK said it was pausing its road delivery services into Europe, including Ireland, until at least Wednesday, citing issues resulting from the EU-UK trade deal agreed last month, which came into effect on December the 31st. Meanwhile, retailers warned that a new wave of red tape and tariffs was hitting trade. Red tape.
Oh, no.
Why, I thought that there was going to be a bonfire of it. It must be the smoke from the bonfire of red tape we were promised that is obscuring their view of all that winning. The British Retail Consortium said that at least 50 of its members face potential tariffs for re-exporting goods following an agreement of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. Following an agreement of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. God, this sounds boring, doesn't it? Marks & Spencer boss Steve Rowe also warned that despite the UK signing a free trade deal with the European Union, new rules and regulations are set to significantly impact its overseas ventures in Ireland, the Czech Republic and France. You know, but these people are simply experts in possession of facts, so no one was remotely interested in anything they had to say. Meanwhile, UK fishermen are unhappy. What? Fishermen! Saying British landed fish are being left to rot because of a post-Brexit brick wall of bureaucracy in French ports. Who could have predicted that, apart from anyone who thought about it for 10 seconds? Still, ironic being about fish, no?
Yes.
New obstacles to trade were slowing exports via Calais and Boulogne. Under an agreement made between the UK and the EU in December, some consignments have been delayed for up to 48 hours. And 48 hours is a long time for a fresh fish to lie about. In 2 days, it ceases to be fresh and smells a bit... what's the word?
Disgusting.
Transport Secretary Grant Shapps said busy times may return to UK borders as firms get to grips with new paperwork after the exit from the EU single market. He said the Cabinet Office is working very closely with businesses. It's not the case that goods are stopping flowing. He said, I was studying, as I do by the hour at the moment, the flow at Kent, and it's been picking up every single day of this year so far, and you're seeing goods crossing the short straits and flowing perfectly smoothly. In other news, firms are currently avoiding using that route if they can because of the very delays that he says doesn't exist. Grant Shapps said it's been a quieter start to the year. A lot of that's to do with anticipations. So the stockpile that's going on, which is not really a complete sentence, but, you know, what you expect. Anticipations of what? Success? Labour accused the government of failing to properly prepare for the end of the transition period on December the 31st. Properly prepare. A failing. They could have ended that sentence at prepare. Labour accused the government of failing to properly prepare for... insert anything you like here.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Fashion retailers and grocery chains have been particularly impacted by new tariff rules on re-exporting goods from the UK bases. John Lewis and TK Maxx suspended deliveries into Northern Ireland. Amid uncertainty over new Irish Sea trading arrangements. Marks & Spencer's is struggling with filling shelves in its stores in the Republic of Ireland. One problem for M&S is that many of its products sold in Ireland are sourced in the UK and tend to be ready meals. So yummy. Or prepared dishes requiring separate paperwork for meats, dairy and vegetables. And a typical M&S dish contains all three. And in a broadside at New Rules on Fish, the National Federation of Fishermen's Organisations said, despite the trade and cooperation agreement between the UK and the EU, reached on Christmas Eve, there is mounting concern over the export of fish to Europe, centring on obstacles in Calais and Boulogne. They said the first consignments of the year from Cornwall hit a brick wall of bureaucracy, and similar problems are being faced in relation to prawns exported from North Shields with direct landings into Holland. We're winning on the fish. Donna Fordyce, Chief Executive at Seafood Scotland, said exporters have been hit by a perfect storm of bureaucracy, IT problems and confusion. A perfect storm. Yeah, I've seen that film, and it doesn't end well. Donna Fordyce, out of Seafood Scotland, said the last 48 hours had really delivered what was expected. New bureaucratic, non-tariff barriers, and no one body with the tools to be able to fix the situation. She said the end of the Brexit transition period has unleashed layer upon layer of administrative problems, resulting in queues, border refusals and utter confusion. Who could have predicted that? She says IT problems in France meant consignments were diverted. There may have also been HMRC IT issues on the UK side that need to be resolved ASAP regarding certification. HMRC IT issues need to be resolved ASAP. Is that clear?
No.
She said a lack of knowledge and understanding of the required paperwork means that some companies are ill prepared for the new checks, which are taking far longer because of the mistakes being uncovered. But when the systems settle down, checks should be carried out on samples from each load. But now, entire consignments are having to be checked to satisfy requirements. You know, but at least we got our fish back, eh? We can't actually sell them to anybody at the moment, but when we do, we'll really start the winning. We'll be sick of all of that winning. Just you wait and see.
Yeah.
This says, walked around my local park today for 10 minutes. The playgrounds are packed with lots of teenagers in the local skate park. People are not listening to this lockdown. People are not listening. More measures need to come in. Measures. Measures? Close the garden centres, the churches, the alcohol shops, the DIY stores, the takeouts, the Greggs and McDonald's. The drive-through queue is causing chaos. K-A-Y-O-S. Close. As in K-L-O-S-S. Close. It seems a bit weird that the churches are allowed to open. I mean, the virus respects the house of God. I doubt it. Matt in Clapham says, it's been heaving outside with people in Clapham and Wandsworth, hundreds of people in varying size, large groups. People at the core of the problem. The core? They are the problem. He says, that's the science we should be focused on. Total unbridled lack of care. Unbridled? Right, like a horse is running about. I don't see it. I mean, I drove through Clapham tonight. It was deserted. There weren't nobody out. Well, there was some people outside a takeaway, right enough. But, you know, got to eat. But I don't see people really going berserk and breaking the rules, particularly. Not really. Of course, it just depends on where you go and when you do, and when you go there. Let's see, as we went the longest. Brixton. Richard.
Hi.
Richard.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, so have you heard about the recent rioting in Washington, D.C. and the protests there?
Have I heard about it?
Yeah. So a few days ago, there was a big protest in Washington, D.C.
Really?
And some Trump supporters, allegedly Trump supporters, it could have been anarchists provoking it, called Antifa. But
yeah, probably not, though. There's absolutely zero evidence that Antifa had anything to do with it. But that's what the far right would like you to believe.
Well, either way...
have I heard of it? Are you serious?
Yeah, so, well, I don't know. So some of your listeners may not have. But after the rioting, Trump told protesters to go home and called for peace. But
yeah,
then
sure he did.
Facebook took his video down, and then Twitter blocked Trump's message.
Yeah, about time. About 4 years too late, but, they got there eventually.
But President Trump released a Twitter video condemning the violence that has happened in Capitol Building.
which somebody wrote for him, obviously, under pain of being imprisoned. He said, "Oh, all right then, I'll read this out." Didn't believe a word of it.
Yeah, but he said it anyway, and that's what he said on his Twitter video.
Yeah, a little bit too late. After 4 people had died, and these insurrectionists had crashed the I was going to say holy. It's not a holy house, but the what's the word? Anyway, whatever it is, they'd crashed the hallowed halls of Congress. Yeah. After that happened, then he said, "Oh, yeah, I didn't mean it."
Okay, so what the point I was going to get to?
Yeah, please, as soon as you can, go ahead.
After calling for peace and condemning the violence.
And then Twitter threw him off.
Yeah, they banned him.
Oh,
stop whining.
Yeah,
permanently banned
poor
him.
Donny. Oh,
both here. First it was Facebook, and then it was Twitter.
Yeah, that's so sad.
Yeah, but it's not just Trump. They've also. Google has also taken down social media site Parler.
Yeah. Oh,
and,
all those people, ranting about killing traitors, the enemies of the people.
And
now they don't get to yell that stuff anymore.
Well.
What?
Apple and Amazon may take down Parler as well.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
So what is your point then? So far, it's just been information that everybody knows.
My point is that...
and Antifa and the radical left are bullying the nice Nazis on the far right, and why can't they leave us alone? What have we done wrong?
No, my point is that big tech
are finally doing what they should have done 4 years ago.
No, it's not just Trump. It's that they are increasing censorship.
Yeah.
So if they can censor Trump...
censoring hate speech and incitement to violence and insurrection, yes.
Well, how is calling for peace, telling people to go home, condemning the violence and saying that they're going to bring the people who are...
Calling for peace after they had tried to stage an armed coup isn't really doing it. If you incite the people to do the cooing in the first place, you don't get credit for saying, "Oh, hang on a minute, you've gone too far." You don't get credit for calling the fire brigade if you set your house on fire.
How did Trump incite the violence?
Do you get the news where you are, or do you get all of your information off Donald Trump's ex-Twitter feed?
No, I'm asking, how did he incite violence? Because
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. We're going to march up to Capitol Hill. Rudy Giuliani, his personal lawyer, said we're going to engage in the, what was it?
I'll find out.
Yeah, it was something about combat. The trial by combat, that's what it was. Trial by combat. God, you dinglings, you're all the same. You have such selective hearing, it's incredible. You don't hear a single negative thing about dear Donny. Almost like he's been sent by God to save the American people. And by extension, all of the rest of us as well. You don't hear a single thing that he has ever said and just apply to him nothing but positivity. What is wrong with people like you? I mean, seriously, you're asking me if I've heard about this. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, I have. But I hadn't heard that comment that you're attributing to Rudy Giuliani.
Oh, my God. Okay, well, then open your eyes and look. Look beyond your Parler feed. I had this last night. I'm not standing for it anymore. You dribbling dinglings, I've just had it up to here. You lost. Get over it. God, I've heard that phrase thrown at me so many times. And it feels just as infantile saying it as I expected it to. But I don't care anymore. You know, all right, well, if you insist, I'll do it. But not now, because I've got the news coming up. So, hey, Richard, stand by and stand back. But not in that order. Will you do that for me? Yeah, and switch the computer off and walk away from it. Go read a book or something. Anything. Mein Kampf would be a good idea. Thanks a lot, mate. Actually, Donald Trump had, famously, when he did the piece on Vanity Fair, I think, did a piece on him many years ago, they noticed that his bedside reading was Adolf Hitler's speeches, from which he has got a lot of material. There's no doubt about it. Make America Great Again, that was one of Adolf's. His was, of course, Make Germany Great Again. And so much else besides. I see you, Richard. I see you.
I enjoy working with people.
Simon in Windsor says, I find it strange that the Queen and Phil have only just had their COVID... Hang on. They have only just had their COVID jabs, as I took my dad to have his first one in December, and his second one is next week. And he lives in the same borough as Her Madge. All his mates have had theirs as well, so why so late for the Royals? Do they know something that we don't? Well, I think you're getting the two things confused, Simon, which are the news of them having it and them actually having it. The news of them having it has just been released. Them actually having it, I very much doubt that it was today or yesterday. I would expect them to have had the very first ones to arrive in the country. And then they release the news later. Now, I don't know that, but that would be my expectation. I mean, she's not going to join a queue, is she? Shelley tweets, the other half says, shall we have an early night? I run up the stairs into the bedroom and jump into bed. And then he says, do it then. What? It?
Disgusting.
I look at him baffled and he says, switch the radio on. I'm on. I would have thought that would put you off. This says, can we get this vaccine across the UK before summer? Bring on IB Farm. Yeah, I very much doubt it, but we'll see, I suppose. Here is Lymington, Alexandra.
Hi.
Alexandra.
Hi. Can I say from the outset, I stumbled across you 6 or 7 months ago after listening to Nick and Ian Dale for years.
Yes.
I thought, who is this guy? I don't agree with a thing he says, but he's so entertaining.
Oh.
I've got to carry on listening. Okay? Now.
Well, that's very nice of you. Thanks for that.
Okay. Now, I nodded off about 40 minutes ago.
What?
And woke up to hear you saying, it seems the government are doing well.
Yeah.
Compared to European countries with this vaccination. I thought, Nick, praising the government? But then, Nick, what do you know that I don't? Because...
Well, I was just talking to a medical professional friend of mine, and almost as though they stumbled into it by accident, the government appears to be doing something relatively well, and that is doling out the vaccine.
But Nick,
yes,
7 days ago on the news, and since it's been, the government are saying that we put out 1.5 million jabs.
Yeah,
right. Today, on the news, the government is saying we've put out 1.5 million jabs. What's happened in the last 6 days, then? Where have they all gone? 1.5 million a week ago.
A week, yeah.
And still 1.5 million today?
Right.
Have I got that wrong? Have you got that wrong? Has your doctor friend got that wrong?
But maybe... I don't know. The only thing that he knew was his experience of getting a vaccine, which he said was run with military precision. They literally shot it into him.
I like the sound of the guns. Something a bit unrelated as well.
Yeah.
A couple of months ago, watching a programme about South Africa, not the rich parts of that country, but the poor part, going around markets and talking about what they eat, etc. I thought, uh-oh, here we go again.
Uh-oh.
Well, because as the whole world knows, they thought that this virus originated in what they call the wet market.
The wet market, yeah.
China, I thought. And then here we are, a few months down the line, and we've now got a variant coming from South Africa.
South Africa.
You know, it makes you wonder.
Not really.
It does. does.
Well, if I chose to think about it, I would wonder. But I prefer to just turn my brain off and stare out the window with
Please
my
don't
mouth
turn your
slightly
brain off.
agape, dribbling
It is
onto
so
myself.
entertaining.
Well, that's very nice of you to say so, Alexandra. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear.
Bye-bye.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. And text. People who break the law are told not to travel unless for work should automatically be fined £1,000 each time they break it. They are selfish morons who done give a damn who dies, shame on them. I was thinking about this. I know this is a point that I've made before, but the reaction to this seems to be outside of any reaction to a public health crisis that I am aware of. It seems to be so strong, so hysterical almost. It's something of the order of 70,000 people have died so far, right? Is that about right? It's about 70,000 people so far?
How many?
About 70,000, something like that.
Deaths?
Yeah.
60.
Right, okay. So there's something that causes 70,000 people would die of something else this year. And 70,000 people died of it last year, and the year before, and the year before that, 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 70,000 people also died of it, and the year before that, and the year before that. 70,000 people die every single year of something you can buy in a shop where they sell sweets. Cigarettes. We've taken this country and almost sent it, economically speaking, back to the Stone Age. We've lost billions, probably getting on for trillions. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people will lose their jobs, their businesses, their homes. Relationships will break down. Death numbers from other things will go up, all to save, in an attempt to save 60,000 people. But 70,000 people will die this year because of cigarettes. All of those people could be saved in an instant if the government stopped the sale of cigarettes. If they'd stopped it 10 years ago, 700,000 people would not have died. 700,000 people. All they had to do was ban cigarettes. They banned marijuana. They banned cocaine. They banned heroin. They banned magic mushrooms. They banned any other thing that you can possibly think of except for alcohol. Why not cigarettes? What's the deal? If you move heaven and earth and ruin a country and an entire generation's future to save 60,000 people, why would you not just do the simplest thing and ban cigarettes to save 70,000 people this year, and next year, and the year after that, and the year after that? And apparently the death figures are going up from cigarettes, not down. So why the hysterical reaction to one thing that kills 60,000 people, but absolutely nothing at all to a thing that kills 70,000 people, not just one year, in one wave, but every year, over and over and over again? Why? I mean, I don't get it. And the reaction that I usually get from people is, oh, well, they want to keep it for the tax. My God, you think the money that they that they would lose from not selling cigarettes would have any comparison to the money we've lost from locking down the entire country for the best part of a year? The only thing that I can think of is that the cigarette companies have so much money that they pour it over politicians to make sure that they don't do the right thing. Because otherwise it makes no sense. It's nonsense to have cigarettes on sale in a shop which remains open in a national lockdown to prevent fewer deaths than are killed by the thing that you can buy in a shop? Explain it to me, I double dare you.
I feel lightheaded. That's what I feel.
Must be the nicotine. So I looked it up. I mean, the only other argument, apart from the tax thing, is personal freedom. Well, let's do the tax thing first. The amount of money that cigarettes bring in is about £12 billion a year, something there or thereabouts, which is not nothing. But it costs about £6 billion for the NHS to treat people with smoking-related diseases. So then we're left with about £6 billion in profit from the government allowing the sale of cigarettes. £6 billion. Not nothing. It's quite a lot of money. It'd make me happy if I won it on the lottery. But £6 billion wouldn't get you a third of a track and trace system that doesn't work. In the scale of what we're throwing at the virus, it's peanuts, the amount of money they make on cigarettes. So there's three possibles now. So the amount of tax isn't worth the sale of cigarettes, if we're trying to save lives, if that's the order of the day these days, if that's the thing that we're most concerned about, saving lives, the amount of money that we bring in on tax is not worth keeping them on sale. If the politicians are not being paid off by the cigarette manufacturers, and they wouldn't look like that, and they wouldn't call it that, but, you know, they'd give them directorships of companies once they retire from politics, and they'd give them, allied companies would extend offers of work and so on. So it'd be like paying them off, but not actually, it wouldn't be as overt as that. So the only other reason is that they don't want to interfere with people's freedoms. You know, if you want to smoke cigarettes, then we'll warn you. But other than that, it's not the duty of the government to interfere with your personal freedom. Well, look around. It's illegal to throw snowballs at you, at people now. You can't walk through Snowdonia. Not allowed. So explain it to me. The position that we're in now with this virus compared to the government's position on cigarettes. Apparently 80,000 people have died of the virus so far, which is very, very serious. But 70,000 people are going to die of the cigarettes this year, and they died last year, and 70,000 died the year before, and 70,000 died the year before. There's no getting around it. Cigarettes kill more people than practically anything that we've got going here. And you can buy them at the same place that you buy comics. That we have one reaction to one, the virus, and the other almost zero reaction to the incredible death toll from cigarettes is just mind-blowing to me. I don't get it. Let's have Norfolk. Barry.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? First time caller.
Good man.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly before I get on to the other point. Cigarettes and alcohol are they're the biggest killers. They're the biggest two drugs that kill the most amount of people in this country than anything else combined. Yeah, and they're legal on sale because the government, the Treasury, make a lot of money from it.
No, I've already dealt with that issue.
I know, right.
It's an irrelevantly small amount of money compared to the amount of money we're throwing at the virus.
Oh, yeah. But what I mainly ran up for was, I don't know if you, are you in your late 40s?
No.
No? Well, I'm 50. And back in 1981, 82, when the HIV/AIDS virus came along, they had some really, really, really hard-hitting adverts come on. Gravestones, don't die of ignorance.
Yeah.
And so there's a scientist coming on warning people. And they're the sort of things I think they should have on now.
Well, they do. Have you seen that new advert with Chris Whitty?
Yeah.
It looks like he's escaped from a Hammer horror movie.
Do you know, really, see them two, the Brothers Grimm, I call them.
Yes.
Yeah, right, yeah. I don't think they should be questioned by members of the press. I think they should be questioned by other scientists. Yeah, right? Because all we get is Boris and them two, and that's it. We don't hear from anybody else.
No, I completely agree. Journalists don't know what they're talking about on medical or science issues, and you can tell that that's true because virtually on a weekly basis, before all this started up, they would have a front page story of cancer cured or blindness now cured, and that's because a journalist who doesn't know what they're talking about has read the headline and the précis of a medical report, leapt to the wrong conclusion, and has tried to extract some good news from it. And you wonder, you read these things and then they disappear and you never hear about it again. And you think, well, what happened with that curing the blindness thing?
At the moment, I'm off work at the moment, still, because I've had a kidney transplant. I'm a type 1 diabetic, right? Type 1. And I haven't seen my hospital for months. I've had no diabetic checks. I've not had my eyes photographed. I've not had my blood checked. I don't know if I'm going blind. Do you know what I mean? I can't get in a doctor's surgery for love or money. I'm still getting my insulin. But they reckon that they're protecting the NHS, but they're not really, because there's thousands and thousands of people with underlying health conditions, cancers.
No, they switch they're not protecting the NHS, they switch the NHS off.
Yeah, it's just crazy. They've had a poor time with the government, the world beaten test and trace system. With that,
yes. Well, any time they bring up the subject of British exceptionalism, you know that they're talking about something that will fail and cost £108 million.
The British vaccine that was being made in this country is now not being made in this country. It's been made in England and it's been transferred to this country. So the British vaccine is not being made in Britain. It is being made in India. Get that? Can you get that? Yeah, right, yeah. And it's been shipped back to this country.
Well, yeah, I think that they append the flag to anything that has the slightest relevance to this country and call it the British whatever. It might not necessarily be so. I mean, in the same way that Jaguar is a British company. Well, not really. Barry, gotta go. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Manchester. Leon. Leon.
I've never spoken to you before, okay?
Well, I've never spoken to you before.
But if I add up the amount of laughs and belly aches, driving up the motorway, particularly on the weekend, all hours of the night, well, you normally finish at 1 o'clock anyway, it's the first time you've actually nearly made my heart bleed. I mean, literally, well, it does, but I mean, I'm like, okay, fine. You
literally made your heart bleed.
As bleed out.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Leon. I had no idea.
What kind of a conversation you're having? This is just awful. Do you know, I for two reasons. Okay, let me just because there's no comparison between the people smoking on so many levels and the 70,000 people are dying. Those people do have a choice, and their smoking isn't contagious. That's number one.
No. Well, your number one doesn't pass muster, I'm afraid, because we're either talking about saving lives or we're not. Either all lives are equally valuable, or they aren't.
Well, that matters. But how many pandemics have you and I lived through? And I remember one of the first things when my doctor said to me, "This one, you're going to have to stay. You really have to stay home because you will not survive it." And I'm 55 years old, and I'm just all over the place. And for the first time, something comes along, and bizarrely enough, I've got a genetic condition with my peristaltic which doesn't work. So my food gets to my stomach via gravity. So you can imagine to try to intubate someone like me or me laying out. They did nothing. Everything goes down. You can't sit up.
Right.
Then anything goes down. So anyway, so she said, no. She said, you could answer. I said, well, my job. I've lost my job. So can I maybe do some voluntary? Because no, we really need to stay indoors. And I remember having to sort of talk myself around to the reality that this is what I need to do. And the next thing I thought to myself, I need to do is to try and explain it. If you don't take heed, and then you become another burden on the NHS.
Right, but I thought we were talking about cigarettes.
No, you're talking about cigarettes, but they can't be compared because one is
Of course they can. Of course they can be compared. My point is the government is doing zero to save. It absolutely is true. The simplest thing in the world is for the government to just ban cigarettes. Why don't they do it?
You try and take a cigarette out of the hand of a
There's so many other things to do to get your nicotine fix than smoking cigarettes. There's so many things. I mean, the amount of people that you see with those vaping pipes, you can get your nicotine through a patch. You can get it in pill form. You can get hypnotized. You can just stop smoking cigarettes. It is not important for your life. You can do it, is my point. If the government tomorrow banned cigarettes, people would not die from a lack of cigarettes. The reverse is true. They would save 70,000 people from dying. A horrible death. But they don't. Why no reaction to 70,000 people dying every single year from cigarettes? For the 50 years now they've known. And haven't done a thing. But this virus comes along, kills a similar number of people, and we are prepared to smash the economy into a brick wall and cause millions of people's lives to be rendered miserable. In an attempt to save a similar number of people. It doesn't make any sense at all, Leon.
What about the rest of the planet, Blue? I mean, it's not just us. I noticed that most of the conversations, we are this, but what about the rest of the planet? It's everywhere. It's not just an island thing.
But what's cigarettes got to do with other countries? They can do it in this country. They can ban cigarette sales in this country and save 70,000 people next year, and the year after that, 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 and forever and ever, ever, amen. And people can still get their fix in other ways that won't kill them.
But we've never controlled Brits in that sort of way.
Of course we have. You're not allowed to smoke marijuana. It's against the law. You're not allowed to take heroin. It's against the law. Cocaine, magic mushrooms, you name it. Ecstasy, MDMA. None of these things are legal. To ban cigarettes, which is the stupidest drug of all time, because the only pleasure you get from smoking a cigarette is the pleasure of relieving the pain of not smoking a cigarette. It's the easiest drug in the world to ban. Nobody will really miss it. It's holding people as prisoners. Good story about the bees. I mean, bad story about the bees. The bee-killing pesticide, so poisonous that it is banned by the EU, may be used on sugar beet in England, the government has announced. Oh, no. The decision prompted fury from nature lovers and environmentalists who accuse ministers of bowing to pressure from farmers. Meanwhile, in a field near you, there is a biodiversity crisis. At least half the world's insects have disappeared. And you'd think the government should be doing everything it could to save the bees, not allow them to be killed. But we're out of the EU now. The bees lost. They should get over it. Environment Secretary George Eustace has agreed to let a product containing... Oh, here we go. Neonicotinoid, that's the easy part, thiamethoxam, neonicotinoid thiamethoxam. Anyway, this they're going to squirt that on sugar beet in an effort to protect the crop from a virus. Not the virus. It's attacking sugar now. Oh, no. Last year, a virus significantly reduced sugar beet yields, and similar conditions this year would be likely to present similar damages. Or dangers, rather, Mr. Eustace's department said. Setting out conditions for what was called the limited and controlled use of pesticide, officials said the minister had agreed an emergency authorisation for it up to 120 days. British Sugar and the National Farmers Union had applied to the government to be able to be allowed to use it. This government seems to do a lot in limited and controlled ways that are neither limited nor controlled. The Wildlife Trust said that neonicotinoids pose a significant environmental risk, particularly to bees and other pollinators. And they're already up against it because a third of the UK bee population is thought to have vanished in a decade. Wow. And evidence suggests that the pesticides harm bee brain development. And They haven't exactly got the spare capacity to compensate in those tiny little heads. It's amazing they can fit a brain in there at all. They must have the same brain volume as the average Donald Trump fan. And when their brains don't develop, it means that they can't fly. And they don't get far walking. It's amazing that they can fly at all, actually. I mean, science books say they shouldn't be able to, but bees don't read science books, so they don't know that. A 2019 report by the UN Food and Agriculture Organization said the World Health Organization... No, that and the World... Oh, God. Too many words. A 2019 report by the UN Food and Agriculture Organization and the World Health Organization said there was a rapidly growing body of evidence that strongly suggests that the existing levels of environmental contamination by neonicotinoids were causing large-scale adverse effects on bees and other beneficial insects. But, as these people are only experts in possession of facts, no one was remotely interested in anything they had to say. Bad news for bees, the Wildlife Trust tweeted. But, now we're out of the European Union, we could ignore everything that we were for when we were part of the European Union, because apparently we were all for banning the thing that we've now said that farmers can use. We were in on the ban, and now we're not, because we're out. But, those bees had it coming. For too long, the insects have been lording it over us as our European socialist masters, and now we're free to chart our own course, and only now can we ignore everything we agreed with just a few years ago. Evidence suggests the world's lost at least 50% of insects since 1970. And as I have said many, many times, the evidence is right there in front of your face, on the windscreen of your car after a long drive. Of course, you can't go on a long drive now, against the law. But when you could, you used to need a blowtorch to get the insect bodies off the front of your car after driving down the M1. Now you can't go you can go the length of the country and not hit a single one. Last month it was revealed that the National Farmers Union had organised a letter from its members to Useless Eustace, urging him to allow the neonicotinoid called Cruiser SB to be used in England this spring. A message to members said, engagement on this campaign has been truly incredible, adding, please refrain from sharing this on social media. So nothing untoward going on there then. They just want it all under the radar. Hush, hush, need-to-know basis. So it's goodbye bees. But the bees need us more than we need them. No?
No.
No, unfortunately that's not true. About 3/4 of crop species are pollinated by bees. We can't do it. It's amazing that they can do it all for us. If it were down to us, we wouldn't be able to do it. Things pollinated by bees that we might not have anymore, should they all go away. Okra? We can do without okra. I don't even know what okra is. Kiwi fruit, I know that. Potatoes, onions, cashews, celery, strawberries, starfruits, Brazil nuts, beets, mustards, rapeseed, broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage, Brussels sprouts, turnips, chili pepper, red pepper, bell pepper, green pepper, papaya, caraway, chestnut, watermelon, tangerine, orange, grapefruit, coconut, coffee, coriander, melon, cucumber, pumpkin, beans, quince, lemon, lime, carrot, persimmon, cardamom, buckwheat, fennel, strawberry, cotton, sunflower, flax, lychee, macadamia, apple, mango, alfalfa, passion fruit, avocado, allspice, apricot, sweet cherry, sour cherry, plum, greengage, mirabelle, sloe, as in gin. No sloe.
Oh, no.
Almond, peach, nectarine, guava, pomegranate, pear, blackcurrant, redcurrant, rosehips, boysenberry, raspberry, blackberry, elderberry, sesame, eggplant, plum, tamarind, clover, blueberry, cranberry, broad bean and tomato. And grape. Grape. As in no wine. But apart from those things that are pollinated by bees, we really don't need them at all. I plan on an all-cabbage diet. Who's with me? Hands in the air? Keep them up while I count? No one. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Brighton. Sean.
Morning, Nick. You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good. I'm not happy, Nick.
Oh, no.
Like many people. Basically, well, as a bit of a background, I work in travel, and my hobbies include, like, rock festivals and gigs and going to the cinema. So it's not been the greatest year for myself. So
yes.
I may have a slight bias against the lockdown anyway. I accept that as a caveat before my call and my little tirade of, anger.
All right, here we go. Grip onto something
No,
firm.
fine. But no. It's all right. I've generally been finding myself agreeing with you throughout it all. You've kind of already made the point I was going to start with about how, the government can't be that serious about saving people's lives because, in this country it's legal to drink 50 pints a day and smoke 1,000 cigarettes if you want to and eat 30 cheeseburgers.
Well, I don't have a problem with alcohol. I mean, I know it causes problems, but there are happy benefits to drinking alcohol.
Of course there are. I've had a couple
but not
tonight,
to
so I
cigarettes.
fully
There's
agree.
nothing good about cigarettes at all, other than relieving the pain of not taking them.
Well, exactly. But I mean, obviously, everything in moderation, as my late granddad always said.
Well, but not cigarettes, though. There's no point in having cigarettes in moderation. There's no benefits taking them. You don't get happy. You don't get high. You don't get giggly. You don't. There's nothing about cigarettes that are any good.
They're just self-sustaining, aren't they? The addiction. But what my point was going to be is that for someone like me, I'm 28 years old, and obviously, my year's been kind of fairly ruined, let's say, by everything.
Right.
Fair enough, you'd have to be fairly callous to not want to do your bit to protect like the elderly and the vulnerable for a disease that's obviously quite harmful. I get all of that. But what I'd like to know is, after this is all finished, is there going to be any onus on the people that aren't in the, vulnerability by age category to do more to look after their own health and well-being? People that have developed avoidable underlying health conditions.
Right.
Because surely, there's already a moral question that can be asked in a country where you can literally do anything you want to yourself and get access to a healthcare system that's free at the point of use for everyone.
Right.
That might be a bit of a right-wing rant there, so we don't want to go on to that.
No,
but,
that's perfectly reasonable. I mean, if you sit all day eating cake and drinking sugary soda pop...
Why should everyone else pay for your healthcare? Yeah, exactly.
There's something to be said for that, yeah.
I already hold that point of view, but my point being now is I'm someone that is, I don't have contact with vulnerable relatives or anything, so everything I've done has been for the protection of everyone else, which, again, I'm absolutely fine with, but what I'd like to know is there going to be any onus on those people that now have made themselves vulnerable after this to look after themselves? The priority of the government was to reopen the place where you can get 3 pints and a Scotch egg before encouraging you going on a walk in Snowdonia. Yes. I don't understand how that can... You know what I mean? Like, I've given up a year of my life, which I'm not going to get back, which is fine.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that actually is targeted on the people that I'm protecting by giving up all my, leisure in life.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? There's no parity, is there?
I completely understand what you're saying, yes. And
thank you. I feel happier now. There you go.
Well, there you are. And another satisfied customer.
I can do another year.
No, the BBC received a record number of complaints over Christmas, with 500 viewers angered by the New Year's Eve fireworks, specifically when they referenced to Black Lives Matter. 10.8 million viewers watched the fireworks show on the BBC to bring in 2021, which saw drones used to create the clenched fist symbol in the sky. The BBC said they said that the majority of viewers who complained about the Happy New Year live programme were unhappy that it referenced the anti-racism protests, which in no way makes them racist. They just objected to anti-racism messages, in the same way that if I objected to messages of kindness, it would no way mean that I was anti-kindness. It would just indicate that I wanted unkind people's voices heard too. Oh, who am I kidding? If you object to anti-racism messages, you are anti-racist. Is that clear? The fireworks display also included tributes to the NHS for their work during the coronavirus pandemic, and 100-year-old war veteran Captain Tom Moore, whose charity walk in his garden raised £33 million for the NHS Charities Together organisation. And this also brought furious complaints, as the NHS is a Marxist left-wing conspiracy to make healthcare socialist, and Captain Tom is a radical enabler who should have been arrested for exercising for more than an hour outside his house. Plus, in among the orange and the red and the green and the indigo and the violet, some of the lights were yellow and blue, which made some people so furious that they turned off the telly in disgust. Filthy European colours were infesting my television, they said. The colours yellow and blue, lost. They should get over it. Why do they still exist? Yellow and blue. We voted 8 times to leave the European dictatorship under instruction from the nation's saviour, St Nigel of Garage. And these colours are still on my television. I'm very angry. Who can I complain to? I want people fired, said at least 500 people about a 10-minute fireworks display on New Year's Eve, ending the year as they started in a furious, clenched rage. God, this is what they're like when they're winning. Can you imagine what it had been like if they'd lost? Probably like those painted dinglings that stormed the Capitol building in Washington on the instruction of the baby tornado. Sadiq Khan spent up to £1.5 million of public money on the firework and drone display on the River Thames. And if you are outraged that anyone should spend that kind of money on an event that was probably watched by more people than any New Year's event ever, as we were all stuck indoors, something that intended to send a message of hope and bring people together, then you have been duped by the fury-monger press into concentrating on the wrong thing. Pay attention. This government wrote cheques for £108 million to practically everyone they'd ever met to supply medical kit that should have been ordered by the people whose actual job it is, you know, the NHS. But never mind about the $21 billion for a track and trace system that doesn't work. Let's get angry about a fireworks display for the nation that cost, and I've done the maths, 2 pence each. Unfortunately, of course, we couldn't go and see it, so it was designed for television. And it was very well done, I thought. In fact, it might be a good idea to always do it like that, because it's always an ad for London, an advert, the fireworks. It's aimed at overseas visitors. It's never put on for the crowd who go there. So because there was no crowd, they used landmarks all over London. I thought it looked great, quite emotional, actually. But maybe I missed the part that I should have got angry about. It was narrated by David Attenborough. Maybe that's what sparked their fury. David Attenborough, there's another one. Lefty liberal snowflake with his let's be kind to animals rubbish. Enemy of the people, that is. Why couldn't they get that Jacob Rees-Mogg to do it? Many viewers were apparently outraged and said that the show was ruined by politics after bridges returned blue and yellow in a tribute to the EU as the UK finally left. Seriously, can you imagine being so angry at a colour that you turn off a fireworks display? The Mail said it saw 300 drones make various shapes, including a turtle with Africa on its shell during a climate change lecture by Sir David, but ended with no Auld Lang Syne. Lecture. It was a few words about taking care of the place that we live in. And name me one fireworks display in history that ever ended in Auld Lang Syne, for crying out loud. I mean, you really have to be looking for a reason to blow your lid if that's what you object to. I reckon that journalists are just racking their brains thinking of anything in it that might make a kipper puce. And I also bet that those journalists didn't believe a word of what they were writing. They thought the whole fuss was preposterous. But, you know, making your readership angry sells papers. Which is why practically every article has the word fury in its headline. Fury at puppy looking cute. New flavour of After Eights causes fury in Mint fans. Newsreaders provoke fury by telling truth. That sort of thing. And when this story was on Mail Online, I just glanced at the comment section below. The best rated comment at the time, that fireworks display is a disgrace. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Lewisham, James.
Hello?
Yes, James.
Hi there. Yeah, so it's going back a bit, just going back to your, like, trying to equate coronavirus with smoking.
Yeah.
Like, smoking is something you choose to do. Coronavirus is something that is thrust upon you. So I don't think you can equate the two to say that because...
You missed my point entirely. Were you even listening? I'm saying that the government is throwing absolutely everything it can, trillions of pounds, millions of jobs, sending the economy back decades in order to save lives. They could save 70,000 lives a year, every year, if they just banned cigarettes. So simple.
Wait a minute. If you did ban cigarettes, would no one smoke cigarettes? Is that what you're saying?
If they can't buy them, they can't smoke them.
Of course. Wait a minute. Marijuana is banned. Does no one smoke marijuana?
Hardly anybody at all.
Hardly anyone? Are you really?
What's the number? What's the number? Do 70,000 people die of marijuana cigarette smoke a year?
Well, what happened when America banned alcohol during Prohibition? Did that stop people drinking alcohol?
It's not alcohol I'm talking about. I'm talking about cigarettes. There is no alternative to alcohol. There is an alternative to cigarettes.
Does Prohibition work generally in your...
There is no alternative to alcohol. So people tried to get alcohol. There are alternatives to cigarettes.
Does Prohibition on drugs work? Does no one take drugs in this country? Does no one die through drugs? Should we not legalise all drugs but regulate and control them instead? Would that not be a better idea?
James, you are missing my point entirely. If the government is throwing everything at trying to save 80,000 lives a year, this year particularly, and only this year, then they could save 70,000 lives every year by banning cigarettes. You can tie yourself into knots and try to defend it, but you're talking out your hat, man. There's no way around it. If the government banned cigarettes, fewer people would smoke cigarettes. Yes or no?
Yeah, fewer would smoke.
Thank you. Either lives are important or they aren't. Pick one. This says, today it said there was 80,000 people who died within 28 days since the beginning of the pandemic. More people have long-term effects from the virus. Plus, as you can see, our whole health service has collapsed. I can't see that our whole health service has collapsed, and neither can anybody else. What are you talking about, man? Our health service hasn't collapsed. Sutex, are there any rules about how long you can sit on a balcony? Well, it depends on where the balcony is, Sue. Is it attached to your flat? Whose balcony are you sitting on? And Margaret in Surrey says, the rules are stay at home unless you are going to the chemists, the doctors or a supermarket. So no, you cannot go out and sit on a bench or drive from England into Wales or Scotland. You can exercise near to where you live, not to drive anywhere to do it. Yeah, well, I don't understand the concept. Why not? I mean, suppose you're living 20 miles from the nearest park, open space. That's 10 minutes drive away. Can you not drive 10 minutes to go to a park? I mean, maybe near to you there is a tiny little green square, for instance. And if everybody that lived near that green square exercised in there, then you're going to be very, very close to people. But if you could drive 20 minutes to go to the Yorkshire Dales, for instance, wouldn't that be a better idea? It doesn't make any sense. It's just so arbitrary. It is nonsense. New Malden, Jim.
Nick. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
I enjoyed your monologue there about the what was it? The New Year's Eve. What was it called now? I was laughing so much. The
fireworks.
I was laughing so much I almost forgot. You've almost talked me around from why I called in about the government and saving lives. But here's the thing. You're right. They're not really interested so much in saving lives. But I think the difference with Corona is I can smoke all I want. I'll end up killing myself. But if I've got Corona and I go to visit my parents, who are very, very old, I'll probably end up killing them as well.
It's irrelevant.
Quite a crucial, but it is relevant.
It is completely irrelevant to my point. Yes, you're right in what you're saying, but that's not my point at all. We're talking about saving lives. I really don't want to have to keep making this point over and over again. This is getting tiresome. If the government wanted to save 70,000 lives a year, or even 50,000, suppose some people would move heaven and earth to keep smoking their cigarettes, and they'd pay whatever it cost. They'd build a submarine and smuggle them in from Brazil or wherever they can get them from. They'd pay £1 million a packet. There would be some people who would do that. There'd be some people who would grow tobacco and roll it themselves. Yes, of course there would be. But the vast majority of people who smoke cigarettes would stop doing it if you could not buy them in a shop. Of course they would. And there would be no great black market in cigarettes because people have an alternative, whereas they don't have an alternative to marijuana or ecstasy or any of these other things that the government have banned for our health. You can't smoke marijuana in this country because the government has determined that it is bad for you. It doesn't kill anybody, hardly anybody at all. Look at the death statistics from drugs. I mean, some years, 0 people die of marijuana. None at all. Other years, it's 1 or 3. It is something like that. And yet, despite that, the government has determined that it is illegal because it's bad for you. And yet cigarettes, which kill 70,000 people a year, are freely available. You can get them 24 hours a day at a shop near you, wherever you are in the country. It doesn't make any sense, and I'm really not interested in discussing this anymore. That is my final word on it. Joe in Southfield says the printing press is running 24/7, so please don't tell us we can't afford a measly £350 million a day for the NHS. Communist modern money theory knows no bounds. What? Communist? Lucas in Twickenham says, in Richmond, 1 in every 3 shops has closed. It's scary. Is that the case where you live? 1 in 3 shops have closed. Do you mean that they've closed for the interim while the lockdown continues? Or you mean they've shut up permanently? Because if it's the latter you're suggesting, I really don't believe that's true. Richmond? They've got no end of money in Richmond. Martin in Margate says, hi Nick, do you think that... Do you like Margate? Steve Allen says it's only for old people. Do you agree? I've never been to Margate. It's just too far away. I mean, I've got there's coasts near London that are about an hour away. Very near, like Brighton and Folkestone and, places like that. Margate, it just seems like it's all the way over there. But it is weird that the coasts do seem to be a centre for the elderly. Almost like the country... Imagine the country is a tablecloth and you pick up the middle of it and all the crumbs fall to the edge. That seems to be... but I don't really get it because it's cold on the coast. There's the wind, the bitter biting wind, and older people don't really like that. But yeah, it does seem... In other countries, if you have a seaside view, then you've spent a lot of money. In this country, it's the other way around. But like the poor people seem to gravitate to the seaside. But no, I've never been to Margate, so I don't know. Put me down as a don't know. Let's have, excuse me, Brentwood. Hello, Catherine.
Hello.
Catherine.
Hello. You're absolutely right about the smoking thing. I've thought it for years. Stop selling it.
It's mad. It really is nuts, isn't it? It's just crazy.
Stop it. I gave up 9 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
But it was by the fear factor. And I really enjoyed my cigarettes. I rolled about 4 or 5 a day, 5 or 6. And I really enjoyed them. I had a filter on the end. And I was having a coffee, had my kitchen window open, and all of a sudden I got this terrible pain and burning feeling in my lung like I'd swallowed a hot poker or caustic acid. And I coughed and nearly vomited, and my throat was closing, and my lips seemed to be swelling, and my eyes were popping out. And honestly, it was really bad. It was really...
That's a little bit too much information there, Catherine.
No, honestly, it was so bad. I thought, and I threw the whole packet away. I threw my rolling machine away. I threw everything away. And I thought that was it, and I haven't even craved for it.
You didn't inhale, like, one of your filters. It's caught fire and you inhaled it, because that's what it sounded like you just described.
No, somebody said it might have been a bit of tobacco leaf, but it couldn't have been because it was so tight. But it was the worst, it's the worst fright and the worst pain I've ever had. Right. It only lasted for about 5 minutes. Anyway.
And so what was given up like?
Fantastic. Oh, my God, I'm too scared. I mean, if a mortician had come in with a big pair of diseased, cancerous, rotten lungs and laid them out on the table to try and make me stop smoking, I would have given a bit of a shiver and gone away and had a fag to get over it.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have stopped me. It wouldn't have stopped me. It was the fear of that coming back again. And it couldn't have been an addiction. I think it's a filthy, nasty, dirty, enjoyable habit. Anyway, I wanted to say about I'm a bit old now, so I've forgotten. Oh yeah, my friend Colin, a few months ago, I've rung up a couple of times, and you've given a shout out to him because listening to you made him get through his dialysis sessions. Oh. He's on dialysis.
Right.
Now, almost the date that we went into lockdown, because I've been in lockdown since the 11th of March, and about the 16th of March, he had his leg off. Oh. And I know. And he's also, so he's not only a kidney patient, he's diabetic and had his leg off. And then, before Christmas Day, he said, I feel a bit funny. And I don't live with him. He lives. I haven't seen him since March. I last saw him in the hospital. He said, I feel a bit funny. He's been feeling a bit funny, like the flu. And I said, doesn't sound too good. I said, can you smell things? Can you taste things? He said, yeah. I said, have you got a headache? Have you got a temperature? He said, no. But anyway, on Christmas Day, he was rushed to the hospital with COVID. But it wasn't that he could breathe. But he was paralysed like he had polio. I said, sounds like you got polio. You remember polio. He couldn't move any of his muscles. He just could not move. So he was in hospital a week, not on oxygen, where people were dying around him. And then they didn't test him. They put him into a care home, because I wanted to ring last night because you were talking to someone that was saying they test them 3 times and you've got to wait there. But they put him in a care home. But I must tell you, Nick, they're special care homes, and I didn't know they're only for recovering COVID, elderly patients recovering from COVID that have probably still got it, and that's the only people that are allowed in this care home.
Huh.
And he said it's lovely in there. The meals, the staff are really lovely, and he's going to another one tomorrow. And then in a couple of weeks he'll go home, and he's got a care plan in place. His son's got him a care plan.
Well, that sounds like a good idea. Why haven't they done that to hospitals? Why haven't they repurposed some hospitals as COVID centres and allowed other hospitals to be COVID-free and carry on with their normal business of treating cancer patients and people with broken femurs and all the rest of it?
I mean, they could have used the Nightingale. I know there's not a lot of staff, but this is for people that are recovering from COVID, so they don't need as much attention, you know. Another thing I was going to say, I was really, really sad about when you were reading out. I kept saying, oh, stop, don't read it out, about the bees. I'm really upset about that.
Yeah.
Really upset. And another thing I was going to say
you'll be upset when you go to the supermarket and there's nothing in there.
Yeah, I know, but it's just dreadful. Just dreadful. Why? Anyway, so another thing I was going to say, I've forgotten now.
You've got a big list here, Catherine.
Nick, I'm telling you, we are surrounded by morons.
All right. Keep your eyes peeled.
And I hope you'll be very happy in your new house.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Be vigilant at all times.
Yes,
promise me that you will.
Without your broken wine glass.
Yeah, I'll just have to suffer that. I think I got away really, really well. I moved house, and all that broke was one wine glass. I couldn't believe it. I am stunned. Thanks a lot, Catherine. 0345 6060 973. Vanessa texts, for crying out loud, Nick, listen to your caller's point about big tech censorship. Oh, for crying out loud. Were you talking about that dingaling who called some moments ago? Whining on about, why they're being mean to poor Donny. God. the right wing are just, they're just mind-bending. It really is. The Times had an excellent article about this. It seemed a good idea at the time to storm the US Capitol, swing from the state balcony, sit in the vice president's chair and yell with a raised fist, "Trump won that election." How can you be so delusional to still believe that nonsense? Biden got 8 million more votes, and you people are still whining that Trump won the election. God. Delusional. Rioters' remorse, it says, appeared to be setting in yesterday, however, for Josiah Colt and others who besieged the halls of power on Wednesday, as the consequences of their actions became clear. Mr. Colt, 34, said, "I sincerely apologize to the American people. I recognize my actions that have brought shame upon myself, my family, my friends, and my beautiful country. In the moment, I thought I was doing the right thing. I realize now my actions were inappropriate, and I beg for forgiveness from America and my home state of Idaho." In other words, the little scheme to take over the country by an armed coup failed. I got caught. Sounds like his lawyer wrote that. Criminal charges are piling up, and some of those who took part have been fired by their employers. Several had boasted about their deeds online. They're like as smart as the man that they worship.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Yesterday it emerged that a laptop had been stolen from the office of Nancy Pelosi, the Democrat Speaker of the House. Richard Barnett, 60, who was sitting at a desk in the office of Nancy Pelosi and posed for photographs outside with an envelope he had taken, was arrested in Arkansas and charged with entering and remaining on restricted grounds, violent entry and theft of public property. First it was the ooh and ah, and then came the running and the screaming. The next bit's beautiful. Some rioters could face sentencing under the terms of an executive order signed by President Trump in June that increased penalties against vandals and rioters, prescribing up to 10 years in prison for the willful injury of federal property. Of course, Donito Mussolini didn't mean that executive order to affect his fans. When he signed it, it was to lock up Black Lives Matter people. But even in America, there aren't two sets of laws, one for black and one for white, although it might sometimes feel like that. The order followed unrest over the killing of George Floyd. This was Trump's executive order that is going to come back and bite the people who worship him. At the time, Trump said, "Through mob intimidation, these violent extremists are attempting to impose their ideology on law-abiding citizens of this country." That was to the Black Lives Matter people. In a message to rioters on Wednesday, his tone was different. "We love you. You're very special," said Trump. Michael Sherwin, U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, said that the prosecutors had filed 55 cases with more to come. Charges range from breaking and entering to possession of firearms and assaulting the police with a weapon, carrying sentences of up to 20 years in jail. Charges of insurrection and seditious conspiracy, which would require proof of a planned breach of the Capitol versus a spur-of-the-moment action, were on the table, he said. Well, how about getting that gabbling gargoyle Rudy Giuliani? He actually said trial by combat just before the armed mob stormed the building. I mean, how much more evidence do you need? I'm no lawyer, but it looks like an open and shut case to me. What do you think, Donny?
I'm not a doctor.
A lawyer, not doctor. Lawyer. Oh, never mind. Appealing for information, the FBI and the police published photographs of perpetrators, the perps, among them a man with his work ID pass bearing his company logo around his neck. His firm sacked him. Libby McCartan Andrews, an estate agent from Chicago, also lost her job after posting photographs of herself on the Capitol steps with the caption, "History." Yeah, now she's history. Cogencia, a data analytics firm in Chicago, fired its chief executive, Bradley Ruxdales, for his participation in the riot. A Cleveland school occupational therapist resigned after her alleged involvement in the riot. A spokesman for a fire department near Orlando in Florida said one of its firefighters, Andy Williams, not that Andy Williams, has been replaced on paid administrative leave pending the outcome of an investigation into his participation. Seattle's police chief said 2 city officers were apparently part of their riot, or were apparently part of the riot. The officers who were not identified have been placed on administrative leave, and the matter has been forwarded to the city's independent police watchdog. Adrian Diaz, the city's chief, said that if any officers were directly involved in insurrection at the Capitol, then he would immediately terminate them. Terminate them?
Correct.
For Mr. Colt, who was the fellow who thought he was sitting in Nancy Pelosi's chair, the trip to Washington was preceded by a GoFundMe appeal to pay for travel costs from Boise, Idaho. He's the owner of a small business and volunteers as, quotes, a positive role model as an example for troubled youth. On his social media, he had spent months posting conspiracy theories about COVID-19 and likened mandates on masks to Nazi rule. On Tuesday, he mused on camera about the rally and whether to take a gun. Photographers later captured him swinging from the balcony of the Senate chamber and then sitting in the chair that Mike Pence, the vice president, had vacated. He thought he was in the House of Representatives, but he was in the Senate. He thought he was sitting in Nancy Pelosi's chair, but he was sitting in Mike Pence's chair. This is the level of IQ that we're dealing with here. That bleep, she's a traitor, she's treasonous, he said on video after he left. After he became aware of the reaction, he complained, I didn't hurt anybody. I don't know what to do. I'm all over the news now.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, normally I don't enjoy kicking people when they're down, enjoying others' misfortune. Schadenfreude. But in this case, I'll make an exception. And entirely as predicted, the Republican Party have done a pirouette from being the playground bully to claiming victimhood. I mean, the idea that Trump will get impeached again caused the senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, to have a Victorian fainting fit and clutch his pearls to his chest and start whining that the Democrats need to give the tangerine scream a pass in order to heal America. That's priceless. Exactly as predicted. They go from playground bully to victim in 2 seconds flat. They're like the kid who says, why are you hitting yourself? As he grabs some smaller child's hand and punches him with it, and then when the child tries to defend himself, the bully runs to teacher and whines that he's being picked on. Just like the baby tornado himself.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining and whining.
And if those Trumpists are waiting in jail for their hero to give them a presidential pardon, they clearly haven't been paying attention. Absolutely everyone that floats in Donny's orbit eventually becomes roadkill. He isn't going to help you, you painted pretend warriors. He hates you. He thinks his people are rubes, dopes, credulous oafs, ding-a-lings. It's as though these cultists have been blinded by the light coming off his hair. Donald Trump is a city slicker con artist, the very thing that these Okies from Muskogee profess to hate the most. He's not a good old boy. He's taking you all for suckers. Donald Trump can't believe you're still buying this. Ain't that right, Donny?
I love the poorly educated.
0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
Jen's new smart speaker should be teaching her to cook a chicken. But it's not, because her Wi-Fi doesn't reach the kitchen, so she's winging it. Poussin le ceiling is served. Oh, why, Jen? Why buy the best home tech if your Wi-Fi won't support it? Well, with BT Complete Wi-Fi, that bird can still be basted. Only BT gives you reliable Wi-Fi in every room or a £100 money-back guarantee. Why choose anyone else? BT, beyond limits.
Up to 3 discs to guarantee 10 Mbps in every room or £100 off your next bill. Terms apply.
If you want to lose weight, it's not about getting it right, but getting started. Healthy changes start with little changes, one way or another.
One way or another.
And help you to feel better, inside and out. So you'll be healthier and more able to fight diseases. The NHS has lots of ideas to help you lose weight. Search Better Health. Let's do this.
Makeup pads and cotton wool balls. Really good at unblocking pores.
And really, really good at blocking drains. Wet wipes. Brilliant for cleaning up all sorts of bathroom messes. And brilliant for making a complete mess of our sewage system. If it's anything other than toilet paper, bin it. Don't block it. And keep life flowing. Thank you. From Thames Water.
Dunelm's big winter sale ends soon. There's still up to 50% off, but you better get your skates on. Shop online and click and collect from your local store.
The new variant of COVID-19 is spreading fast. Around 1 in 3 people with COVID-19 don't have any symptoms but can still pass it on, putting people at risk of serious disease and renewing pressure on our NHS. Vaccines give clear hope for the future, but the rising infection rate requires action now. Once more, we must all stay home. If it's essential to go out, remember, wash your hands, cover your face, and make space. Stay home. Protect the NHS. Save lives.
At Filippo Berio Olive Oil, our master blenders never stop until they find a perfect flavor worthy of our founder's signature that you will still see on every bottle. Filippo Berio. His signature, our promise. Find us at your supermarket today.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Here's Louise in Manchester. Louise.
Happy new house dwelling, Nick, and I hope you've taken a better type of bird with you. A bird, the flying sort, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Better than what?
Well, then the bird table that you had all the nuisance.
Oh, right. Well, no, I'm renting this one, so I can't really put a bird table out.
Okay.
But
so
I'm surrounded by nature. It's everywhere.
How wonderful. Right. Yeah. Okay. So, God, I forgot what was I saying.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say, oh, yeah, that was right. Yeah, right. Cigarettes. Nicotine is not addictive.
It is.
By itself. But it's the actual poisons they put in there to keep people addicted.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure that they do everything they can in order to keep people buying their product, yeah.
Yep. And also, it warms one's heart to see that the Grand Tour of Europe is not flown with people studying the Grand Tour. You know, the Grand Tour centuries ago, when the elite used to go. Well, I should say elite used to go on the Grand Tours.
Yeah, but they have gap years. Yeah, they have gap years now. Gap years, and they used to have the Grand Tour. Yeah, they got Italy and Greece and here, there, and everywhere, baby.
Absolutely, and of course.
But what's that got to do with anything?
Because they're leaving the country, deserting the ship, aren't they?
They're doing
to
what?
go to live in France or Switzerland or...
Yes, the chief Brexiteers are all scarpering to Europe. How ironic is that? Apart from the one that went to Singapore, of course, you know.
Yes, there is that one that's gone further afield, yeah.
Well, we'll wish him ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
And, if they just let us sort of bring our own best gifts to the surface, this country would probably be 1,000 times better. That's what I think, anyway.
Our best gifts to the surface?
Yeah. Everybody has a gift, and you know, you feel things. You know, feelings are all about the moment, aren't they?
Feelings? You're right about that. It's all about feelings, baby.
Yeah, we've lost our sixth sense, you know, that tells us what we can and can't, you know, what is right and what is wrong, and what is good for us and what is not.
Our gut feeling.
Yeah.
Always go with your gut. Yeah, no matter how big it is. Mine's getting bigger by the day. How about yours?
Mine, no, actually, mine's shrinking. So I'm
shrinking?
There, so.
Well, how are you managing that?
Well, I actually am a witch, and I concoct things, and I decided one thing that I was actually doing was actually putting on the weight. It was something I drank, got a sort of push on for, and one of my sons said, what are you doing different? So I said, well, this, you know. And he said, God, that's loaded with sugar. So I stopped drinking.
What's loaded with sugar?
Booze.
Is it that?
No, I don't drink. I'm like teetotal. But no, it was coffee. It was a coffee. I drink cold coffee.
What's wrong with that?
Well, he put on weight. He put on so much weight that I thought, God, where's all this come from?
Coffee's not... you're sticking loads of sugar in it.
Wow.
Yes. Well, wean yourself off the sugar, Louise. Promise me you'll do it.
Yeah, that's excellent advice, and I shall do it.
All right,
and I have done it.
You shall do it, and you have done it. I don't know. Your whole story's starting to fall apart there. Very suspicious. All right, I've got to go. Thanks for that.